So, my name is Robert, and I will be talking about the problems with deepfake. It's not working. Um, First, deepfake is a digital forgery that can make it look like someone did or said something that they never said. So, I'll be talking about the problem, how I went about investigating said problem, and what I got from my investigations. First, going into this, I was like, how does deepfake exactly affect like investigators or police or judges, politicians, and even celebrities? Which then led me to three main questions. How well can people affect deepfake and how well can they spot it? What factors affect how well they can spot it? And what do people mainly use it for? Thus, I came up with a couple of things that could affect different people. For politicians, I was like, how does this affect them? And I was like, well, their campaign can get affected as if they say something bad or it looks like they said something bad, they can then lose votes, which would make them lose their campaign. For the celebrities, this can just create different scandals or even scam fans of theirs. Media outlets lose credibility as they keep providing false information that they believed was true. Technology companies can lose stocks or investors by simply just being a part of the creation of this deepfake technology. And then police and investigators, they have a harder time doing their job, convicting guilty people and potentially can convict innocent people. Thus, I looked at scholarly articles, did some research. First, I did one on how this affected elections, and reading through the papers, I found out that deepfake can impact the outcomes simply by just creating false videos of politicians just saying or doing something that would be controversial to people or cause them to lose support, thus completely changing an expected outcome of an election. Then I found out people were researching what are some possible solutions to solve deepfake. Thus came the identity consistency transformer, which uses pictures you have online to just figure out faulty images or like slight discrepancies, like just a couple centimeters too much on a nose or eyes. Then I found one that was just talking about the judicial system and how deepfake can affect judges and lawyers by simply giving fake videos of someone standing over a dead body, which would make it seem like they did the crime and are instead they're innocent. And the person who actually did it hired someone to create a fake video, and now they're walking away scot-free. Then I did some research about celebrities and how people create graphic images or graphic videos on celebrities that they then would proceed to use for sexual gratification. After that, I was like, well, what about media outlets? Well, one of the main things I kept seeing is credibility. When media outlets keep giving you false information or false ideas that they were proposed and told is true, people would stop trusting them. Like, let's say a media outlet told you, oh, this happened, but then you find out later it didn't happen in real life. You would stop trusting them too. After that, I found one more article on how deepfake can be counteracted. I found out that when people are constantly exposed to deepfake and are constantly like trying to figure out if an image is a fake or not, that constant practice helps them find out, oh, well, now easier for me to spot deepfake because I've been doing it so much and have constant practice over it. The main issues I found while researching is media credibility, which just affects how well people trust different media outlets. Then I found this thing called the liar's dividend. It's a phenomenon where public figures can say something or do something and then claim they never did it by saying it's a deepfake video or AI video, thus getting away from the accountability that would come from them doing that action. After that, people who have cognitive heuristics, they are highly susceptible to AI videos as it's kind of like a survival mechanism. Just purely believing something, like their brain would make them believe it, thus making it less obvious if a video is fake or not. There was two main biases I kept seeing people talk about. One was confirmation bias, where if you already have this preconceived notion about someone, like they're doing something bad or something good, if a fake video is made about them doing something that correlates with that fake notion, such as them saying something they never said, but it pertains to the character, you're more likely to believe it. Then there's the adaptive bias that I was talking about, where your brain prioritizes survival. and would most likely believe a more dangerous video that's fake just simply because they want to survive. So this caused me to do a experiment. First, thinking about this experiment, I was like, I feel if a person's on social media a lot, they should obviously be able to spot deepfake way better than someone who isn't on social media as much. That was my thought process going into this experiment. So I decided to take different people varying on gender, age, and how much they're on social media, and run an experiment where I did 10 pictures, so AI and real pictures mixed in, and then in Zoe's classroom, I put the pictures on the board, gave everyone 1 minute to write down their answer, and then I would see what they got right and wrong. The ethical standards I had to consider when coming up with this experiment was, first, whether or not people actually wanted to do this experiment willingly, and if they volunteered. After that, I asked them whether or not they mind me sharing some information about them, or if they mind potentially their name going on this. Then, while conducting the experiment, I had to watch everyone to make sure there wasn't secretly cheating, which would then completely screw up my results. Also, to make sure this didn't have any lasting effects, I first just, after each image, I would say, oh yeah, this image was real, or this image was fake, or at the end of it, I would go through and tell people which images were real or fake. My biggest challenge at first was just finding people, but after about a week, I looked back and saw people were just willing to volunteer, so it just became easy after that. So first, I would like to run this experiment to see how well you guys can spot deepfake and real images. So I'm gonna show you 3 images, and you have about a minute each. I want you to raise your hand if you think the image is real, and if you think it's fake, just keep your hand down. So first image. If it's real, if you think it's real. This image was fake. This image was indeed real. This image was fake. So a lot of you did better than my participants, as that second image most people got wrong. So I just looked at ages and hours on social media to pick who participated in the experiment. From this experiment, I found out 2 main things. One, people who are on social media do not have a higher likelihood of spotting fake images than those who aren't. And I also found out most people, whether or not they're on social media, look for three main issues with the fake image, which would be hands. Anything pertaining to hands or holding something. Then they would look at the face to see if there was any obvious mistakes at with the face, and then after that they looked at the background to see if there was anything messed up in the background. These were the results. Most people, as you see, got about 50 to 60% right, with one outlier being able to get 80% right. Thus, I found out my problem statement was mainly wrong, as police and investigators with practice are able to sort through any evidence they're collected and pick out real or fake evidence and use that to convict someone rightfully. Now, these are the references I used. Now, for anyone who wants to continue this in the future, I would recommend focusing more on the politician aspect, as I didn't really get to do that, and just figuring out how much deepfake truly affects politicians, elections, and if people are able to figure out whether or not someone who's running for something are truly able to figure out if that's a fake image or not. And the main reason, though, that I got into this and wanted to do this is next year when I go to college, I want to major in computer science, specifically AI. So this just felt like something that could help me start that journey and just get into that. Any questions? Yes, Zoe? Well, this people as recently there's been a lot of fake images that have seemed very hyper realistic. So just simply by knowing that those are out there, they can start looking for them, which would then over time help them progressively get better at spotting those fake videos. So that way, when something unrealistic happens, they don't believe, oh, this is possible, or if something like someone said something or it looks like someone said something, they're less inclined to believe that and run with that and share that to everyone else.
keeps falling. Zoe, this mic keeps falling. Oh, okay. Okay. Um, oh my God, where is it at?
While our presenters getting ready, welcome everybody to the CO26 Capstone Symposium. Those of you who are seniors, you know what's going on. The final presentations for their final research project. For those of you who are not seniors, welcome to Capstone. If you're 11th year, you'll do this next year. If you're 10th year, you'll do this in 2 years. If you're 9th year, you're going to do this in 3 years. Seniors have been working all year on a research project of their choice, identifying a problem and investigating it. Some of them even tried solving it. So, enjoy watching the culmination of their entire school year as a senior. If you have questions during the presentation, all presenters will take questions at the end of their slides if you want to ask them anything. They are experts of their topic, so they should be able to answer almost any question you have. And if not, they should at least be able to give you some idea of where to go and look for the answers. Thanks for being here, and Angie, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, my name is Angelina, and my topic is the impact of animal and interaction on human stress levels. So, before I start, I would like to ask anybody if they have a pet. Like, raise your hand. How many of you actually like consider your pet as an emotional support animal?
Angie, can you bring the mic a little closer to your mouth? We just can't hear you there.
Okay. Is that better? Okay. And final question, how many of you like actually interact with your animals on a daily basis? Like walk with them and stuff like that? Okay. Okay, let's get started then. This is my table of contents. I will be going over my problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, my secondary research, references, primary research proposals, ethical standards, hypothesis, pictures, data analysis, results and conclusions, next steps, and my reason. Stress affects people of all ages and can harm mental, emotional, and physical well-being. Although animals are often used in schools, hospitals, and therapy settings to help reduce stress, it is still not fully understood how effective animal interaction is for different groups of people. This study aims to examine how spending time with animals influences stress levels, whether animal-assisted interaction can be considered a reliable stress reduction method. These are my scientific questions. How does interacting with an animal affect human stress levels? How can petting an animal reduce stress more than doing a quiet non-animal activity? How do mood and emotional state change before and after contact with an animal? Do people who interact with animals regularly report lower stress than those who don't? And can the type of animal influence the level of stress reduction? My stakeholders are basically just students and teens experiencing school-related stress, adults dealing with work or personal stress, and then overall just people with anxiety and high stress levels. And then the indirectly affected are like teachers, principals, healthcare workers, families in animal-assisted therapy organizations, and pet owners who may be involved in stress relief programs. This is my secondary research. I'm going to read a few of them, but not all of them. Students in our study that interacted with cats and dogs had a significant reduction in cortisol, which is a major stress hormone. The research revealed that oxytocin levels increase in both pets and human beings when they interact with each other, known as one of the happy hormones, along with dopamine and serotonin. Oxytocin can increase happiness and life satisfaction while reducing stress and depression. And then, yeah. Human interaction and cortisol. Can human contact reduce stress for shelter dogs? And the answer was yes when I read the article. These are my references. Another page of my references. Okay. This study will investigate how interacting with animals affects human stress levels. Participants will complete a questionnaire before the activity. They will then either sit quietly, observe an animal, or interact with an animal for about 30 minutes to 60 minutes. After the session, participants will complete another stress questionnaire. Observations of behaviors such as fidgeting, relaxed posture, and engagement with the animal will also be recorded. The results will be compared to determine if animal interaction lowers stress levels. Participants will remain anonymous, and only the researcher, myself, and Zoe will have access to the collected data. These are my ethical standards. Basically, all of my participants have gave me their consent to do this, to take pictures, to record them, to monitor their blood pressure, just all stuff like that. So they're fully aware of everything that I have done. My hypothesis is if people interact with an animal, then their stress levels will decrease, shown by the answers from the questionnaires and more relaxed behaviors compared to people who do not interact with an animal. And then these are the pictures of my participants with their animals. Okay. These are my data analysis, just questions that I had asked them previously, a few that I asked you guys at the beginning. All of them do say that their pets help them mentally, and all their pets are friendly, which is good. As you've seen in the pictures before, it's really just cats and dogs in this picture. I unfortunately couldn't find anybody with like a reptile or anything like that, but yeah. And then just over 60%, or just about 60% of my participants don't consider their animals emotional support animals. Thankfully, none of my participants struggle with depression, but all of them do have stress or anxiety. And then some ways they interacted with their animal was going to the park, walking, playing in the yard, napping together, and then just all of the above. The results of this research show that interacting with animals can lower stress levels in humans. Many of the studies found that people who spent time with animals had lower cortisol levels, which is a hormone linked to stress. In my project, participants' heart rates were slightly elevated, likely because they were doing some physical activities with the animals. However, their blood pressure remained the same for all the participants, meaning it wasn't crazy, it just stayed regular. Despite this, participants still showed signs of reduced stress, such as feeling calmer, more relaxed after the interaction will almost relax. After the interaction, oh my gosh, they were almost relaxed because they were still playing. In conclusion, I believe my hypothesis was correct because the research and the results both show that animals do help reduce stress. Overall, animal interaction is effective and a natural way to support mental and physical health, even when physical activity is involved. My next steps in the future, I would like someone to test using cortisol tests before and after interacting with animals to measure stress more accurately and get a more scientific feeling of more scientific evidence of how animal interaction affects the body. For my own future plans, I intend to attend Oakland State University and major in biology on a pre-med track in hopes to become an anesthesiologist where I can apply my knowledge of the human body and stress responses in a medical setting. And then my reasoning for this was basically I own an animal, and I do believe that he is my emotional support animal, even though he's really, really busy. So, it's in the middle. And then this really did make me curious about how well it affected, because how he would respond when I would be upset or something like that would be like he's showing me some type of comfort. That's it. Any questions? Zoe? Mm-hmm. Well, I feel like, because going under anesthesia is very scary for a lot of people, so I feel like if they had some type of the emotional support animals there to help them calm down as they were going to sleep, I feel like it would make it even a little bit better. Any questions?
Are you ready? Okay. So, my name is Cameron. Good morning. This is my capstone about animals in captivity. So, basically, what is captivity? It's when an animal is kept in a controlled space controlled by humans, like the Detroit Zoo, for an example. The Detroit Zoo is a place in Michigan that cares for animals around the world, and it helps educate people about how to protect animals and conserve different species and stuff like that. So, one of my scholarly articles states that research says that zoochosis is a mental condition seen in captive animals where they display repetitive stress behaviors, such as pacing, rocking, or self-harming. These behaviors can often occur when animals have lived in small or unnatural environments. That does not meet their physical or mental needs. 4 of my scholarly articles also show that poor environments and lack of stimulation can harm an animal's mental and physical health. Because of this, modern zoos are improving habitats, enrichment, activities, and animal care practices to help reduce stress behaviors and improve animal welfare. So, my capstone focuses on understanding why zoochosis happens and what the Detroit Zoo does to reduce the chances of animals in their care experiencing zoochosis. So my primary stakeholders is the captive animals because they're the ones that are suffering. Zookeepers and ethologists because they're responsible for observing the animals for 24 hours a day. Veterinarians and behaviorists because they're responsible for diagnosing the animals and treating their signs of zoochosis. And my secondary stakeholders are the zoo administration because they're responsible for funding the zoos so they have good habitats for the animals to live in. And then the visitors because if the public sees a poor animal habitat, then they won't support the zoo, so they won't have the money to help the animal. So this is my primary research plan. So my goal is to go out for like 3 days in a row or 3 days separately and observe the animals individually. So for 5 minutes and every 30 seconds, I note down or summarize the action that the animal was having. And my goal is to focus on if I see any of the repetitive behaviors that I researched in my secondary research. And then if I do or not see anything, I will have a semi-structured interview with the head zookeeper to understand how they recognize stress, what enrichments they use, and how they prevent or reduce zoochosis. So my ethical standards is voluntary participation. I will not force them to do anything they don't want to do. Informed consent, I will inform them on the purpose of the project and the information that I'm getting from them. Privacy, I won't expose anything without consent. Safe observations, I will observe the animals in a public area and not go inside the enclosure. Accurate data, I will try my best to not have altered data because it just don't feel good. And then consent. Interview recorded only with permission. Participants can remain anonymous. So, my first scientific question is, what are the symptoms of zoochosis in captive animals, and how does this happen? So from what I've learned from my secondary research, it's a mental condition in captive animals. Some symptoms can be pacing, rocking, and self-harming. It's caused by small spaces and lack of activities, and it affects them physically and mentally. Now I can do my observations. So on day 1, I chose to observe these 3 animals, the giraffe, the polar bear, and the red panda. And this is a stacked graph chart where basically each color represents like either they're in a good zone or they're in a bad zone. So basically Jabari was eating for the whole time, so he was not showing any signs of zoochosis. Kali, I think he was walking around, which is low activity, and then I forgot what the green was. Ravi, he was climbing down a tree and then walking, and then he went back inside, so I couldn't see him. So basically, they show no signs of zoochosis. Now, in the next day, all 3 of the original animals that I had observed, they were fine still, but then I had noticed that another animal, the other polar bear, was pacing back and forth, and she was basically showing a sign of zoochosis. So I decided to add her on my chart, and yeah. Day 3, The original animals that I chose, they were still fine, pretty much. And then the other polar bear, the other female, she was also doing the same thing the next day. So I was like, let me just add her on my chart and talk about it in the interview. So to sum it up, the original animals that I observed show no signs of zoochosis, but the 2 female polar bear add-ons showed signs of zoochosis. So what activities or routines do zookeepers use to stimulate their natural behaviors? So for this one, I had a semi-structured interview where I asked 9 questions. This is basically 4 quotes that I pulled out of the interview, and I summarized each quote, giving it a code, and then I gave like a theme to just the overall interview. So for the first quote, she was basically talking about how they have feeding routines for the animals so that they don't be bored all day and so they can have something to do instead of just standing and walking. The second quote basically talks about how they have staff-provided stimulation. So they give toys and they interact with the animals. Like for the wolves, they basically treat them like dogs. Quote 3, it basically talks about animal care and well-being. They just always monitor the animals and make sure that they're okay. And they give the animal choices instead of forcing them to be out all day. They have choices to go inside and outside if they don't want to be seen by the people. And then for the 4th one, basically talks about behavioral monitoring, where they always monitor the animals to see signs of zoochosis or if they're injured or something like that. So basically, zookeepers use daily routines and environmental strategies to support their natural behaviors. This is some supporting research. It basically shows how naturalist habitats, enrichment features, and regular staff interaction helps animals stay mentally engaged and physically active. This helps me understand the importance of zookeepers, their job/duty for these animals, and how they critically think about their well-being. So, how does the type of enrichment provided to the captive animals affect their mental health? So one of the most common toys you see in the mammals' habitats is these little feeder ball thingies. So I created a hypothesis that states if a type of enrichment, a feeder ball, is given to an animal, then it'll boost their mood positively because you're giving them a new activity to interact with and a new natural behavior to stimulate. So some supporting research that I found was that food-based enrichments increases animal activities and exploration. These enrichment tools stimulate natural behaviors such as foraging, problem-solving, and tool use. When animals interact with enrichment objects, it reduces boredom, stress, and abnormal behaviors. Because of this, enrichment improves the mental well-being of animals living in captivity. So this is the last question from the structured semi-interview. And basically it was, how does a feeder ball affect a mammal's mental/physical health? I pulled 3 quotes out of it, and she basically was talking about it has health benefits, like it challenges their mind to activate. It challenges their mind in like a natural way. So like, for example, hanging up a chicken in a tree for a tiger to jump up and get it rather than handing them the meat because it helps their muscles like work for it. It also ties into the second quote, mentally and physically stimulating. You use her body to get the meat. And then for the third one, foraging behavior. For an example, the sloth bear, she has to roll around this ball with worms in it so she can get the worms out. So basically, feeder balls help animals stay mentally and physically active by making them work for their food. This stimulates the natural behavior like foraging and keeping them engaged. So it proves my hypothesis right, and it does it because feeder balls are a type of food-based enrichments, and the research and interviews supports my hypothesis that giving an animal a feeder ball can improve their mental and physical well-being. And then the research shows that food-based enrichments increases the activity and the exploration and natural behaviors in the captive animals, which reduces stress. Here's an example of the bear that I was talking about with the feeder ball and the worms. This is a sloth bear, and in the picture with the watermelon, she's using her claws. It's like a frozen watermelon. She's using her claws to dig it out. And for the one with the tube, she has to use her long tongue to get the honey out of it to stimulate, like to imitate her being in the wild. And I think the last one is a back scratcher for her. And it's just an example of enrichments and how they use them. So in conclusion, my overall findings show that while zoochosis cannot be completely cured, it can be prevented through proper habitat design, enrichment, and attentive animal care. Based on my observations, my research, and interview, and the Detroit Zoo reduces the risk of zoochosis by keeping their animals engaged and stimulating their natural behaviors to help their mental health. My research showed that enrichment and naturalist habitats help improve animal welfare and captivity. And this project helps me better understand the importance of proper animal care and animal mental health. So my next steps, I'm going to Bowling Green, Ohio through the PLA program to continue education. I'm going to get hands-on experience. I want to be a RVT, which is a veterinarian vet tech. I want to get hands-on experience, like probably work at a zoo since I basically like got my foot in there. I could probably work there and then or work at a humane society or something like that. But I want to get hands-on experience because I learned best that way. And then my goal overall is just to become a veterinarian-tician. Here's my references. Some pictures that I took at the zoo. Thank you. Any questions? Zoe.
What do you think if a student wanted to do your project next year, what do you think they should do to expand on what you've already discovered?
Probably go to a different zoo, like the Toledo Zoo, or compare two different zoos, like to Toledo versus Detroit, and how they care for their animals. Because I only focused on this Detroit Zoo. So either expand the animal environment or the time of observations, because I only did 5 minutes per animal. Yeah. Any more questions? Nah.
Hey y'all, my name is Raina Hood and I'm class of 2026 and my capstone project is about damaged hair and repairing it. This is my agenda, just problem statement, stakeholders, scientific questions, secondary research and quotes, primary research proposal, ethical standards, hypothesis, evidence for primary research, data analysis, results and conclusion, next steps, and 4 references. I'll go. Okay. My problem statement is there are way too many ways hair become damaged, such as when heat or harsh chemicals are used in extreme climates like high humidity or cold weather. My scientific questions is, at what temperature does heat damage usually happen? How chemical relaxers affects hair structures? What chemicals and hair products should you most be worried about? My primary and secondary stakeholders are business owners because their income is based on people with hair and how much they spend money on their hair care products. Women because they have hair and they care the most about their hair. Men because they have hair as well, and some men might care a lot about their hair. Children because they have hair as well. Hairstylists because their income depends on people who come get their hair done. This is my secondary research. This is the link to some of my quotes. I didn't finish this part, but yeah. My primary research when we be doing interviews, asking people a variety of questions about their hair, the current state of their hair, what they regularly do to it to see if it's damaged and what caused it. For my ethical standards, for informed consent, for my interviews, I would ask participants, would they like to participate in my capstone interview? Give them a brief explanation of what my project is. Ask them, did I bribe or coerce them or anything of that nature at the end of my interviews? Confidentiality and privacy. I want to do a visual recording of the interview if they wish to not be on camera. Data integrity. For my interviews, I'll ask everyone the same exact question and just store my answers the same exact way. Minimizing risk and harm to participants. I plan to do an experiment on like people real hair and stuff, but I didn't do that because I didn't want to be at fault for damaging nobody real hair. A challenge I might face is everyone I interview planning to not be on camera. A solution, my solution was to find somebody that was willing to be on camera. And if nobody still want to be on camera, just submit their responses. My hypothesis is if you continue to put these harsh things on your hair, then it could lead to serious effects to your body later on down in life. I feel like that my hypothesis would be proven correct. This is some of the questions that I asked the people that I interviewed. Yeah. Most people I interviewed didn't want to be on camera. One person was willing to be recorded, but I didn't really like the video, so I chose to not put it in my presentation. But somebody I interviewed was willing to send me pictures of their hair during different phases. This is her hair before she decided to do a big cut because it was clearly damaged. And this is her hair when she did the big cut, and this is the most recent picture she have of her hair pressed out to see like the length changes in it. In my opinion, if your hair is severely damaged, I would say cut it and start over, but I understand that could be intimidating because most people do not want to cut their hair for confident reasons or something else. I would recommend you go to someone who could frequently do some type of hair masks or treatments on your hair. But if you're at home and you can't do that, these are some products I would tell you to buy for your hair to treat it at home. The top 2 is more on the expensive side. The bottom 2 is more affordable, and if you go on the Amica website and you tell them what's going on with your hair, they will give you the best products that fit your hair type and whatever problem you having with your hair. I chose this project because growing up, my mama did hair, so I pretty much seen hair in all different states health-wise. I do hair myself, so I felt like it would be in my best interest to do my project on it. Here's some of the people hair that I did and how my work looked. For my data analysis, 60% of people think it was most effective to just cut your hair and do a big chop for the overall health of it. 30% of people think if you can just cut the split ends and damaged parts of it, you'll be okay. And 10% think you don't really have to cut your hair to get the best like results to fixing it, that you could just do treatments to repair it, like hair masks and hot oil treatments and stuff like that. To answer my scientific questions and hypothesis, this is my results and conclusion. Hair begins to get damaged when heat past 140 through 155 Celsius. Chemical relaxers affects hair structures by breaking down the bonds within the hair cortex, which breaks the strength and would ultimately change the hair pattern. One chemical that you should be most concerned about when putting products on your hair is formaldehyde. It not only does it affect your hormones, it's directly linked to cancer. Based off my primary research, my hypothesis is proven correct. Putting chemical relaxers and bleachers can lead to health problems like Alzheimer's, dementia, alopecia, and cancers later on down the line in life. For next step, anybody that plans to do this capstone project, I would tell them to do experiments, and at the beginning of your senior year, start looking for somebody that is willing to let you practice or experiment on their hair. I know it could be a stretch because nobody wants to let people experiment on them. For the results from my research helped me better understand what I should and shouldn't do to my own clients' hair, depending on the natural hair type and the current state of their hair. This is my full emphasis. Any questions? Zoe. In one of my articles, a specific thing that stood out to me was that like the chemicals and perms and stuff like that like seeps into your scalp basically, and that's what caused like your hair to not be able to grow basically, which results in stuff like alopecia and things of that nature, proving my hypothesis. Any more questions? You. Sometimes, if they want their hair to be washed, then I'll wash it for them. I think it would be a good product depending on the hair type you have, but I haven't really used none of them myself or none of the clients. I usually use stuff like Pantene and stuff like that when I wash people's hair. Any more questions? Yes. Mostly half of the people that come to me to get their hair done, it be kind of damaged because all they want is like the trendy hairstyles, which requires a lot of heat and stuff like that to be put on your hair. Any more questions? Ms. Banks.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm Raina Williams, and this is my project, Art of the World Around. I will be outlining the problem, my investigation, and results and conclusion. For my problem statement, I said in recent times, technology has become very prominent, especially with like big cities like New York or Detroit, for example. And with that, it kind of lacks greenery in some spaces or is very like structured. And so this can cause people to lose touch with reality and lose focus of the world that's around them, that they don't appreciate as much as they should. For my scientific questions, my first one is, in what ways does nature affect how you think? What seasons generate the most emotions, and what type of scenery improve your mood? My stakeholders are adolescents because we're the main group who's used technology a lot. Adults who work office jobs or something similar, they, instead of paper, they're gonna replace it with technology because that'd be faster. Teachers is the same way, is they use technology to save paper and have a whole bunch of papers to grade. Parents, because they might feel a disconnect from their teachers who, not teachers, kids who use technology a lot, and companies and schools who might be affected by any decrease in work ethics by workers or students. For my first three scholarly articles, the first one was basically how an increase in positive mood will like nature and how it improves the mood of those with mental health. The second one, it was talking about awesome natures like the Grand Canyon or something similar, and how despite the fear that people might have, it also improved their mood as well. And the third one was talking about art therapy and how it can improve the mental health in patients who are struggling with like depression or anxiety or something similar. For the fourth one, it also talked about how creativity, like doing art or something similar, can be very important and like very beneficial for those with mental health. For five, it was basically saying how technology can kind of result in poor mental health, and especially among adolescents who use it the most, it can decrease like their mental health in a way. For number six, it was similar to number one about how art overall can have a beneficial impact on emotional difficulties, as it says, but yeah. Number seven, it was about how art helps with self-reflection and basically regulating your emotions and ensuring that you're okay in your head. For number eight, it shows how with addiction to technology, it can cause like procrastination or something similar. For number nine, it was talk about how art therapy reduced anxiety among people who had it, especially on severe cases. Oh. And number 10, the one I wanted to highlight the most because it's the most like my project, was mixing both art and nature and how both of them combined can really be beneficial for those who are struggling with mental health severely. For my primary research, I'm doing an observation. I planned on having three students, three teachers, and have them look at like landscape pictures and landscape paintings. And I was planning on checking for a relaxed state if they check their phones or if they look happier or improved in their mood. I also plan on giving them a before and after survey to check their stress level and to see their opinions on the topic I was researching about. For my ethical standards, I ensured that it was fair, and I tried to get a random selection of people that could be in my observation and try to follow up to see if they can do it. In case, like, if somebody backed out, I can hurry up and replace that person. I also asked for their consent both verbally and in the survey, and they will be informed of, like, what was all to happen and see and understand, like, what the plan was. My hypothesis is that I predict when shown a summer scenery, people will be at a more improved mood compared to a winter scenery. So for the before survey, before the observation, the age range was mainly like 18, 17, and like 40s to 30s when it came to teachers. And I had 4 students and 3 teachers. The stress levels were a lot higher before, but they decreased except for like one person. But yeah, it did, like after the observation, the stress level did decrease by a significant amount. When I asked how they de-stress, generally people have said breathing exercises, solitude, or sleep. And when I asked them if technology had any contribute to their stress, majority said no. Also asked that how do you think nature helps with stress? And most of them find it that like when meditating and having nature around them, they become more relaxed and peaceful and more grounded with their lives. And majority say yes, that nature does help with stress. And during the observation, I had 7 participants in total, and most of them, not most, 4 of them used their phones in general, with one having to take a phone call, which is completely fine. Some were kind of distracted by food because I had to do it during lunchtime to make sure I have everybody. And there was a general high in energy towards the beginning, like towards the summer and spring ones, but towards the fall ones, it was like more calm. One participant afterwards remarked that their overall mood was improved due to art being a part of their life. So this is something that they're familiar with. And another one remarked that the spring painting helped them overall with their mood as well. Afterwards, I asked if they felt inclined to use technology. Mainly said no, and I asked if the landscapes helped in any way, and majority said yes. I asked which one was more helpful, like a helpful outlet. Most of them said photos, but 2 participants said both, to like photos and paintings. And when it came to photos, 2 people said spring and 1 person said fall. And when it came to the people who said both, 1 participant said the fall one was super cute, and the second one said the painting of the reddish brown rocks, which was the fall one, helped, and the painting of the winter trees helped. In conclusion, I found that greenery did have an improvement on people's mental health and their brains, and it allowed them to feel more grounded with nature and life itself. My third scientific question, which was the main one I wanted to focus on, was able to be answered, and it helped me learn that certain sceneries have like a impact on the mood and how people become less stressed. With my research, I supported 2 stakeholders, which was teachers and adolescents, which were the students. And from what I learned from my primary research is that neither summer or winter ones really had the biggest impact. It was mainly spring or fall that had the biggest impact on people, with only like 1 brief mention of the winter one. And for my next step, for people who want to continue on my project, I say maybe do a focus group instead of an observation, because that's more, you get more of a response that way, and also be a lot more organized than I was, because the whole process was kind of a bit of a whirlwind. Throughout this project, I learned the true benefits of like having both nature and art within like your life, and how your mental health can really help with that, or like be helped with that. And after high school, I plan to go to Michigan State University and major in studio art, which was kind of one of the reasons why I chose this topic. These are my references. Any questions? Worm? Yeah, I thought about it in a way. Like I say, when it comes to having like a workshop day, I say like encourage students to like draw or have coloring sheets to like kind of really produce like a better mental health, because especially when it comes to having projects, finals, tests, and all that stuff, that's where the stress is most high. And so I feel like having, if they're done with their work and they're just waiting around, encourage them to do like an art therapy situation. Owens? Generally, it was either entrepreneurship or work for our company. Hopefully it works. But yeah, that's what I aim to after college and in school. Zoe? Yeah. Yeah. I think it's like most most people might associate with very bad weather. Like with winter, there's blizzards and it's cold and people are freezing, get sick. And then with summer, it's hot and you're sweating and it kind of feels like the world is burning. So I think with fall and spring, they're a middle ground essentially, where they're not too hot, they're not too cold, but they're generally like in the middle. Any more questions?
Okay, hello. My name is Khymelo, and I'll be talking about the hidden pressure beyond streaming and streamers. Uh, I actually wanted to ask an early on question. How many people in here, you could just raise your hand, that actually goes live in any type of way? Okay, now this going to be more of a direct question. How many people go live when it comes to gaming? Okay, this is kind of connected to those certain people. Then, there. Here's the agendas I'll be talking about. Mostly my problem statement, scientific, stakeholder, yada yada. You can see it. My problem statement during live streams and big gaming events and streamers often deal with a lot of negativity from toxic chat messages. At the same time, they feel pressure to stay entertaining, even having their own tired, having technical issues. Scientific questions. How does seeing toxic chat messages during live streams impact streamers' stress levels and overall performance while broadcasting? How does the pressure to stay entertaining during long gaming streams affect the streamer's mental drain and decision making? How does technical problems and negative audience interaction during big gaming events affect the streamer ability to keep viewers engaged? My stakeholder from primary to secondary. Twitch streamers are affected when bots disturb live streams and chat conversations. Moderators and viewers struggle with spam, which reduce real interaction during streams. Gaming and streaming communities are affected overall. This results in lower constant quality and less viewer engagement. Secondary, game developers depend on fair and real engagement in live and recorded gaming events. Advertisers and sponsors are affected when spam bots reduce audience trust or interactions during live streams. Streaming software performance like OBS or Streamlabs need better features to reduce bots interference when going live on Twitch. Secondary research, some quotes I actually picked up when doing my research. I found some when I got my quotes. Yeah, that's not. Streaming can create significant stress levels due to constant performance pressure, real-time audience expectations, and the need to maintain consistent energy and engagement over long periods, often without breaks. Live streamers experience significant occupational stress and burnouts driven by high audience expectation, continuous performance demand, and need to constantly maintain engagement during real-time broadcasts. The real-time and interactive nature of live streaming places continuous demand on streamers, requiring constant engagement with audience while managing constant production simulation. My research support. The inconsistent numbers of articles highlight how chat and live stream can be both negative and positive for the streamer, making it difficult to perform in front of an audience of high viewers. Building my positive I got from it was build community and engagement. Encouragement can boost confidence and media feedback are constant. Negative with distractions during performance, negative comments or harassment. Fast chat can be overwhelming, increasing pressure with high viewer counts. My ethical standards, confidential and privacy. I will not be using real names, users, or private information, or all examples will be general, and no one can be identified. This reach only for a Capstone project. I will data integrity. I will record only what I see and hear, not my opinion. I will use notes and timestamps for accuracy, and I will observe multiple streamers to keep it fair. Minimizing risk, there's really no risk to it because I'm observing it and I'm not really getting involved, you would say. Challenges and solutions. One challenge is personal bias because if I look at one streamer and I look at another streamer, the one I'm more familiar with, I focus on the one I'm more comfortable with the random. My hypothesis, if streamers experience many toxic chat messages during live streams or gaming events, their stress will likely increase and their ability to stay entertaining may decrease, especially when they are tired or facing technical issues. My primary research and research proposal, I'll watch live streams on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Instagram to see what streamers go through. I want to notice signs of stress or burnout and pressure from viewers and money problems. I couldn't get the money problems because I tried it, but it wasn't really a way for me to get to the main problem when it came to money. I will look things like challenges and energy, ask for subscribers, donations, reacting to viewer numbers, and holding criticism or long stream. By doing this, I hope better understanding of the challenge streamers facing. My evidence for primary, these are some examples from some images I found that shows burnout and some types of stress. My data analysis, I actually split my data analysis into 1 hour. So I did 15 minutes at the beginning, 30 minutes in the middle, and 15 at the end. After I realized that more on the gaming side than the actual live streams, I realized that when it comes to gaming, different genres of games cause more levels of stress. And those levels of stress can really show different signs, and those signs can impact. I actually turned it into a pie chart, and I realized that the most high level of stress from gaming was more on the sports side of the gaming, and I realized after sports it turned to action and adventure, then it went down and down, and last being simulation. My results and conclusions. The research shows that toxic chat messages increase the streamer's stress and makes it harder to stay focused and entertaining. This often leads to worse performance, such as slower reaction and less engagement with viewers. Long streaming hours also cause mental fatigue, which affect decision making and creativity. Streamers may make more mistakes and struggle to keep their energy up. Technical issues during live streams, especially at big gaming events, make things worse. And combined with negative chat interaction, they increase stress and can cause viewers to lose interest. Overall, the hypothesis I had earlier was actually supported by toxic chat and pressure to perform and technical problems are all negative effects of streamer stress and performance and ability to keep viewers engaged. My next step, future capstone projects, I could expand this research by studying more streamers or testing ways to reduce stress, like better moderation or shorter streams. I realize these results can help streamers, moderators, and platforms create safer and more positive environments and improve the performance of viewers' experience. This project also supports the post-graduation goal in fields like media, philosophy, but I'm focusing more on the computer science goal. But it was just a plus that I do this because I might do this as a side if I wanted to, because it seems something I like doing and looking into. Here are some of my references, and that's it. Any questions? Yes, sorry.
I have two questions. The first one's more technical. I see you have 10 full citations. Did you summarize all 10 of these on your slides earlier and I just missed it?
I did not. I only summarized about 3.
And then my question is about your primary research. How did you select the live streams that you watched? Like, what was the criteria? What was the rationale for what you chose for your observation?
How did I select them? Mostly like I tried looking for the most people that was being stressed out when streaming. And after researching streamers that got stressed out the most and got stressed out the least, I tried to focus on more of the streamers that got stressed out the most than the least because I was gonna get enough data if I did the least amount of streamers. So I focused on more people that was more known throughout streaming. And once they was more known, I was like, okay, I'm gonna see. And I didn't want to waste my time by focusing on one streamer because if I look into that one person and I don't like the way they engage with the audience and it's not the way my capstone projects, it's gonna be a waste of time. So I look at short clips of it, of how they reacted, and once they reacted to something so basic and something more, I realized that I can use them for my capstone. And once I did that, yeah. Anything else? Thank you.
Hey guys, good morning. My name is Marjorie Josey, and my project is about online comparison and its effects on mental health. Before I get into my project, I wanted to know how many of you guys, by a show of raise of hands, how many of you guys use social media on a day-to-day basis? So everybody. Oh, okay. So for my agenda, I'm going to be outlining the problem, going over what's the overview, and my execution. So my problem statement is that online comparison between teenagers is very prominent in social media platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, and Snapchat. When teens constantly compare themselves to others online, it can lead to depression, anxiety, and intense stress levels. These problems occur because of the unrealistic beauty standards, lifestyle posts, and highlight reels that are often shown online. My scientific questions are, how can online comparison within teenagers affect mental health? Why can the internet trigger anxiety or any other mental health related problem? What effects can online comparison contribute to in everyday life? How does frequent exposure to social media comparison influence adolescent self-esteem, anxiety levels, and overall mental well-being? What psychological and social factors moderate the impact of online comparison on teenagers' mental health, and how do these factors differ across age, gender, or social environments? My stakeholders are policymakers and advocacy groups, social media users, schools and educators, social media companies, and parents and guardians. So what is online comparison? Online comparison is where people constantly compare themselves like on social media or the internet based on things like appearance, lifestyle, achievements, popularity, because people can only like post the best parts of their life that they see online and they're not gonna show you the real. So this comparison can create unrealistic expectations and make somebody feel like they're not doing enough or measuring up to other people's standards. Online comparison can affect a person's self-esteem, confidence, and overall mental well-being if they are constantly judging their life against what they see on the internet. Below, I have a link and a QR code if you want to read more about what online comparison is. I'll leave it up if you want to scan it. So studies show that after conducting surveys and stress tests, it was proven that males can have higher boosts of negativity rather than females after looking at somebody who can be deemed as successful. So my primary research, I plan on conducting 2 rounds of a survey and 1 interview. One survey will be sent to students and the other will be sent to peer educators, teachers, and parents. And if consented, I will conduct the interview for both parties and then construct a table of data that shows open and honest answers. My hypothesis, I predict that teenagers who use social media more are more common to experience increased stress levels when exposed to unrealistic standards and when compared to teenagers exposed to more realistic standards. My ethical standards for voluntary awareness, I will state that this survey is completely anonymous and completely optional. I would state that the participant can withdraw at any given time without penalty. For informed awareness, all participants' information will be kept confidential by removing names and any identifying details and only reporting general information such as age and gender. For honest data collection, the data collected will be ensured to be accurate, fair, and complete by using clear, unbiased survey or interview questions and collecting responses in a consistent manner for all participants, and my project does no harm. So for my execution and findings, now I'm going to share the findings for my first survey, which focused on teens as one of my main stakeholder groups. I created this survey to better understand how online comparison shows up in teenagers' daily lives and how it affects their mental health. I asked questions such as, in the last week, how many hours a day have you spent on social media? Which platforms causes the most comparison for you? And do you believe that social media has affected your health? So this graph shows how many hours a day teens spend on social media on average. The majority participants reported spending more than 5 hours a day on social media, followed by those who spend between 3 to 5 hours, and a smaller group reported 1 to 3 hours, and very few said less than an hour. So this is important because the more times people spend on social media, the more likely they are to be exposed to online comparison, and increased exposure can lead to stronger effects on mental health, such as low self-esteem or negative self-image. So for my next question, I asked which platform causes the most comparison for you, and the majority of participants selected Instagram as the platform that causes the most comparison for them, followed by TikTok, and very few participants chose platforms like YouTube or others. This suggests that platforms that are more focused on image and like appearance tend to create more opportunities for comparison. This is important because Instagram and TikTok, they often show highly created and idolized content, which can make users feel like they don't measure up, and this can lead to negative feelings like insecurity or low self-esteem. So after understanding where comparison happens the most, I actually wanted to see how social media is affecting people's mental health. So the social media that has affected their positive, people said that social media affected their mental health in positive and negative ways, and a smaller group said it affected them negatively, while very few said it affected them positively. So some participants also said that it had no effect. So this shows that social media has a complex impact and is not completely good or completely bad, but it does influence how people feel. However, since negative responses were more common than positive ones, this suggests that experiences like online comparison may be contributing to more harmful effects on mental health. So after I went over my first survey, which was for the students, now I'm going to share the findings of my second survey, which focuses on adults as another one of my main stakeholder groups. I created this survey just to better understand how adults perceive effects of online comparison on teenagers instead of focusing like on their own experiences. So I asked questions such as, do you feel teenagers receive enough education about healthy social media use? Have you observed your student or child comparing themselves online? Or do you believe that social media creates unrealistic standards for teens? So one of the questions I asked was, do you believe that social media creates unrealistic standards of teenagers? And the results showed that 58.3% strongly agree and 41.7% of adults agree. So this means that 100% of the adults surveyed believe that social media creates unrealistic standards for teenagers. And this supports my earlier findings by showing like not only that teens are experiencing online comparison, but adults are also aware that social media is creating unrealistic standards that may contribute to teenagers and how they feel about their comparison. So this highlights a shared understanding that social media plays a major role in shaping how teens view themselves. In addition to that, I also wanted to know whether adults actually observe this behavior in real life. So I asked if they have seen their child or students comparing themselves to others online, and the results were evenly split, 50% saying frequently and 50% saying sometimes. So this means that every adult surveyed has observed teenagers engaging in online comparison at least occasionally. So this reinforces the idea that online comparison isn't just something that teens report, it's also something clearly visible to the adults around them. So together, these results show that online comparison is both experienced by teens and recognized by adults, making this a widespread issue. So the survey results of the question, do you feel teenagers receive enough education about healthy social media use? The survey results indicate a clear consensus that teenagers are not receiving sufficient education about healthy social media use. And a strong majority of respondents answered no, suggesting a widespread concern about gaps in how young people are taught to navigate online spaces. Only 25% selected somewhat, and no responses felt the education provided is fully adequate. So to add another perspective beyond surveys, I conducted an interview with 9th grade ELA teacher, Ms. Daniels. In this interview, she shares her observations on how social media and online comparison affects her students, as well as how it showed up in their behavior and mindset. I asked Ms. Daniels questions like, can you explain how you feel about online comparison, and do you see it with students at UPSM? And what advice would you give somebody who compares themselves online? And this is what she said. If you can you like describe to us how you feel about online comparison, and do you see it with any students around UPSM?
Okay, first of all, social media can be used for positive and negative, most of which for young adults or young people, as far as teenagers in general, it gives them hope or it gives them some inclination of what possibly can be if they don't have it right now. And sometimes that hope is false. So as an adult, it took me a long time to acquire the things that I acquired at 41. So I had to work for it. My generation, millennials, are totally different from your generation. And we go about seeking out things or attaining things or accomplishing things differently, and that's okay. However, I think social media has some negative effects on young people because it gives them a false sense of hope or glorification for things, or it causes them to seek validation for things that should be done on a daily basis, or it gives them just a glimpse of what is in the moment, like as far as like what they see. Some things lack reality. So, like for me, what you see is what you get from me. I'm not in the space of lying. I'm not in the space of fabricating. If or when like we have interviews like this, I do tell the truth, but that comes with 4 decades of experience, right?
Question, what advice would you give people who are like experiencing online comparison? And I gotta fast forward to what she said. I'm having. If you can you like this? If you can you have any words of advice for people who may be struggling with online comparison, self doubt, any type of anxiety?
I do. So you do need to take the time out to seek personal like isolation. And when I say that, I'm not saying like be alone, be in a dark space, but sometimes you need to step away from what is not you. So what does that mean? It means that some things that you see on social media cause harm, cause mental anguish, cause mental pain, cause mental triggering. Some things stimulate you, or some things encourage you to do better. But for the most part, your algorithms on social media are based upon what you see. So if you look at the fights, or if you look at the negative aspects of what is going on, that is what's going to be on your timeline. It's in some cases I barely see my own friends, like my own circle, unless I comment or unless I respond. And so now like it's full of like, oh, this person searched this, so let's keep watching this. So like I feel like a lot of negative things impact the way that my students and teenagers think, and it affects the way that they process things and information, and it also affects the way that they think their life is. Like your reality shouldn't be compared to what you see on social media. Now, is it a means to say, hey, I can attain this, I can get this, I can go get it? Yes, but your life should not be based upon what you see the next person doing, having, or the situation that they're in.
Thank you so
No
much for
problem.
that. So, overall, my research shows that online comparison plays a major role in shaping how people feel about themselves. Many teens are spending hours a day on social media, especially platforms like Instagram and TikTok, where comparison happens the most. So, as a result, a large number of people report that social media affects their mental health, often in both positive and negative ways, but with negative effects still being very common. So, when you combine all of this, it shows that the more times people spend on social media, the more that they are exposed to comparison, and that exposure can directly impact their self-esteem and overall mental well-being. So my next steps, my capstone project helps me grow in the future by shaping my analytic and critical thinking skills. I'm going to Michigan State University so I can obtain my bachelor's of arts in forensic psychology. I want to be a forensic psychology as I grow older, so doing a project related on how certain things can manipulate a person's actions is important for my field of study. If somebody wanted to do my capstone project, I would just tell them to get more opinions on how adults feel and how they view social media so they can get more knowledge on that aspect of mental health as well. These are my references. And thank you for your time. Do you have any questions? Oh, yes, Zoe. Every article that was on this reference page, the reference page number 1, so I broke down 5 of them and used them. Okay, so with my scientific questions, number 1, how can online comparison within teenagers affect their mental health? Well, everything that was conducted, it was shown that like when teens spend a lot of time on social media, both the social media aspects can affect them positively or negatively. Why can the internet trigger anxiety? Because of what you see online, and you know, if you constantly see somebody with things that you want or things that you don't have, you'll feel some type of way and you'll be like, oh, I'm not living up to the standards that they have. What effects can online comparison contribute to in everyday life? Stress, anxiety, low self-esteem. How does frequent exposure to social media influence adolescents' self-esteem? Like I said earlier, I basically answered that question. Like if you see something that you want and you don't got it, you'll feel some type of way. And what psychological and social factors moderate the impact of online comparison on teenagers? Basically what I said earlier, as far as like you having low self-esteem, you'll start beating yourself up for that, and it'll lead you to all these other mental disabilities that you could have, as far as like low self-esteem, insecurity, self-doubt, and things of that nature. Do you have any more questions? Thank you.
name is Tashawna Cajar. My project is about personal hygiene and self-care health. My agenda is personal hygiene and self-care are important for teens because it helps us stay healthy and confident. My problem statement is many students do not always practice good hygiene or take care of themselves because of busy and school work schedules, stress, or not knowing good hygiene habits, and the lack of access to personal hygiene products. This can lead to sickness, low energy, problems focusing at school, at home, or in public places. My scientific questions are, how does personal hygiene affect a student's health and learning? What self-care habits help reduce stress? Why do some students struggle to keep good hygiene habits? My stakeholders are people, and people are affected by this problem. Students, teachers, school administrators, school nurses, parents. These people care about hygiene and self-care because it helps students' attendance and energy. My secondary research shows that good hygiene habits prevent diseases, improves overall health, like washing your hands regularly with soap can reduce the spread of germs and infections. Also shows that good hygiene habits, such as taking care of your hair, nails, and skin when needed, will help improve overall health and well-being. Here are my sources and my articles. For my primary proposal, I wanted to create a survey to learn about personal hygiene and self-care habits. This survey includes common questions about hygiene. I'm also going to ask questions on how does habits affect students feel at school, out in public, including their comfortability. Students they're able to stay focused in class. Ethical standards. Students could choose whether to answer the question. I will keep the responses anonymous so no one's identity will be shared. The questions will be respectful and no one will not feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. This information I will collect will only be used for this project. My theses are is that students practice good hygiene, take time for self-care. They will feel healthier, more confident, and perform better in school. Personal hygiene habits such as taking showers regularly, brush your teeth twice a day, wash your hands often, wearing clean clothes, using deodorant, and getting enough sleep can improve students' overall health. For my evidence, I collected data using a short survey, putting my research into a chart. Many students said feel more confident and comfortable in school when following good hygiene habits. And this is the QR code for here's my data. And more students said they feel more comfortable when they follow good hygiene habits. Someone said they feel no changes. Some feel better and more confident. My results and conclusions. My primary research proved real data from students about their daily habits. The results shows that most students that don't brush their teeth, wash their hands regularly, sometimes often affect their health. Other students also said they follow good hygiene habits. They feel more confidence, comfort, and ability to stay focused. This helped me answer my scientific questions about how hygiene affects both physical and mental well-being. When comparing the results to my thesis, the data stated that students who practice hygiene and self-care will feel confident to perform better in school. This survey shows a clear connection between good hygiene habits and a positive outcome like confidence and staying focused. The results also support my problem statement. The problem stated that many students do not always practice good hygiene or self-care due to busy or unawareness. This survey confirms that because some students reported not getting enough sleep or not following good hygiene habits every day shows that there is a need for more awareness and education about hygiene. My conclusion, both primary and secondary research shows that personal hygiene and self-care are very important for students' health, confidence, mental health, and physical well-being. Overall health can habits students feel better and healthy. My next step, future capstone students could study hygiene habits with more students create programs that promotes better hygiene and self-care. This results can students understand how habits overall improve their both health and confidence. This project can also help me in the future by reminding me to maintain healthy routines after graduation. Here are my references. I chose this topic because hygiene and self-care are important for students' confidence at school. I received support from my classmates, teachers, family while completing my research and presentation. In the future, I want to continue learning about healthy habits that can help people live healthy lives. Here are some hygiene tips. Brush your teeth twice a day. Wash your hairs before eating or after using the bathroom. Take a showers regularly, day and night, using deodorant. Try to get 7 or 8 hours of sleep. Wearing clean clothes, keeping your hair clean, having a morning and night routine, eating healthy foods, talking to someone when you're stressed. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
I saw that you had some secondary research on your slides. Can you talk about some of those articles, like point out which ones kind of gives you what?
So some of my sources talk about like keeping your hands clean. Some talk about like flossing, brushing your teeth, and showering and proper hygiene habits. How do I go back?
All right. Hello. I'm ready. My name is Jazon Hamlett, and this is my Capstone project, Therapeutic Photography for Teens. Here is my, here's what we'll be going over today. What is therapeutic photography? A mental health practice that uses the act of taking, creating, and viewing photographs to improve emotional, cognitive, and social well-being. Problem statement. Teenagers often face emotional stress but may struggle to express their feelings verbally. This project examines how therapeutic photography can provide a creative outlet that helps teens communicate emotions, reflect on their experiences, and improve their mental well-being. Scientific questions. Here are 3 scientific questions that shaped and pretty much built my capstone project along the way. Here's a list of my stakeholders. My scholarly article statement. Therapeutic photography techniques have become a tool that can now be used to help people experiencing depression and anxiety and help increase their overall well-being. Here's supporting research that helps boost information about my articles or about my primary research. Here's 2 more. My primary research proposal. To better understand how photographic therapy may benefit teenagers, primary research will be conducted through both a survey and focus group discussion. These methods will gather direct feedback from participants about their experience, emotions, and opinions regarding photography as a tool for self-expression and mental well-being. Ethical standards. During my primary research, I made sure to follow out 4 important ethical standards. First, I use informed consent by clearly explaining the purpose of the study and making sure the participation was completely voluntary. I also protected confidentiality by keeping all responses anonymous and private to prevent any harm. I made sure the questions are appropriate and concise for participants to remain comfortable as possible. I remain honest and transparent by accurately explaining the study and reporting all results truthfully. Hypothesis. I predict teenagers who use photography as a form of self-expression will report that it helps them decompress and manage everyday stress. Data analysis. This graph is a representation of my survey and focus group question, how people usually feel after taking photos, showing that taking pictures tends to make most people happier. Result and conclusion. Participants describe photography as a calming activity that encouraged them to slow down and reflect on their experience. Overall, these findings suggest that photography can be an effective and accessible tool for supporting these teenagers' emotional well-being and making a valuable option for stress management and self-expression. Thoughts from 2 anonymous focus group members. Next steps. To build on this project, future research could include a larger, more diverse group of teenagers to see if the results are consistent across different backgrounds, schools, age groups. Researchers could also conduct a long-term study to examine how regular use of photography affects stress and emotional well-being over time, rather than just a single session. My personalized touch. I chose this project because of my love for photography and wanted to spread that love and build mental health support. In the future, I'm pursuing education and career in mechanical engineering, but also wanting to own my own business in photography. I'd like to thank all my peers and teachers that supported me by participating in my survey and focus group. Here's a list of my references. Thank you for your time. Okay. Okay. These 3 scientific questions, how comfortable do teenagers feel expressing their emotions through photography? Questions like these really shaped my capstone project, and I pretty much went over them with my focus group and pretty much used them to find scholarly articles about how therapeutic photography helps teenagers. Ms. Owens? Uh, I have 5 stakeholders here, teenagers being my primary and the rest being my secondary. These are pretty much everybody who was affected, with teenagers being the main one of them facing the emotional stress and using therapeutic photography, and parents and guardians, the school and community are also being affected by the teenager, are usually around them, and these communities care for the teenager. Zoe?
Can you go back to your Scully article real quick and just talk us through what you learned from those and what they said?
These ones? They really talked about just like my they pretty much like are my scientific questions. They talk about how therapeutic photography helped teenagers, and that photography is more than just it's more than just taking pictures. It can be used as an outlet for many different things, such as self-discovery, and you can, such as discovery.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Megan Morgan, and for my capstone presentation, I looked into how student athletes' sleeps affects their performance in school. My agenda for my capstone is outlining a problem, my investigation, results, and conclusions. My problem statement for my capstone is during student sports schedule, they are often losing a lot of sleep because of their practices, games, meets, class work, and homework. The lack of sleep that the students are getting affects how they will perform in school and their sports. Here are my scientific questions. How does the amount of sleep that a student athlete gets during their season affect their performance? What effects does limited sleep have on student athletes' performance in school? How does different sports seasons impact student athletes' sleep patterns? Here are my primary stakeholders, which are student athletes, UPSM high school teachers, coaches, and school administrators. My secondary stakeholders are grades, schoolwork, and teammates. Here is my secondary research. Because the research that I did was so repetitive, I will be saying only a few, which that I have broken down to explain what I have read and learned from these articles. This study explains that the lack of sleep affects both mental and physical health. It could lead to stress, low energy, and worse performance in school and sports. This study found that student athletes who have trouble sleeping often struggle more in school. Poor sleep made it harder for them to focus and keep up with assignments. And for one of my last articles, it says, this article shows that improving sleep can help student athletes succeed more in school and sports. Better sleep leads to better focus, mood, and performance. Here are all of my full references, my bad. Here is my primary research proposal. In my capstone, I will examine whether participation in sports season affects academic performance in student athletes. Students from different sports at UPSM will participate by submitting their grades during their sports season and after their season has ended. By collecting this information from the athletes in multiple sports, the project aims to observe any patterns or differences in academic performance across these time periods. The recorded data will then be reviewed and compared to determine whether there are any changes in the students' grades during their sports season versus after the season has ended. Here are my ethical standards for my capstone project. Participants will be informed about the purpose of the study and understand that participation is completely voluntary, ensuring that no one feels pressured into taking part. To protect confidentiality and privacy, no names or identifying information will be collected. All submitted grades and responses will remain anonymous. Data integrity will be maintained by recording and analyzing the academic information honestly without changing or manipulating any results. Finally, this study minimizes risk because participants will only submit grades from during and after their sports season, along with general information related to academic and athletics. Here's my hypothesis. If student athletes get more sleep and have fewer athletic responsibilities after their sports season, then their academic performance will improve because they have more time, focus, memory, and energy for classwork. So getting into my actual project, what I did was I took from each sport. I took all my participants and did an average of their GPA. So I put everything together, and then from the lowest GPA that I got from them and the highest GPA, and I put them onto a graph. So my first one is for cheer. During the cheer season, the graph shows a drop in the overall GPA for the cheerleaders. This suggests that balancing practices, games, and schoolwork made it harder to keep grades up. Once the season has ended, grades became more stable, showing that having more time and fewer commitments help improve academic focus. My next, oh, I'm sorry. The time that I took from the timeline that I took from the cheerleaders was the basketball season cheer, which was from quarter 2 to the last report card, which is quarter 3. My next slide is for football. And the timeline for that was the beginning of the school year until the last report card, which is quarter 3. This graph represents players' overall average GPA during football season. It shows that players' GPA was lower during this time, likely because balancing practices, games, and school responsibility made time management more challenging. The graph suggests that demands of the season may have had a negative impact on their academic performance. And for my last chart, which is basketball, it goes from quarter 2 until quarter 3. This graph represents the players' overall average GPA during basketball season. Although their GPA is still not at its highest, the graph shows a slight improvement from quarter 2 to quarter 3. This suggests that they were better able to balance athletics and academics over time, improving their time management skills and academic focus while still participating in sports. And here's my conclusion. My research showed that student athletes' grades were often lower during the sports season compared to after the season has ended. The data suggested that balancing practices, games, homework, and other responsibilities made it difficult for the students to maintain a higher academic performance. This helped answer my scientific question by showing that sports seasons and limited sleep or time can affect student athlete performances in school. My hypothesis was supported because the results showed that students genuinely perform better that students genuinely perform better academically when they have more rest and fewer athletic commitments. And for my next steps, this project helped me better understand the importance of time management, sleep, and balancing responsibility as a student athlete myself. In the future, this project can be improved by collecting data from more students and having a longer time period than what I did from starting my project. This project also connects to my future goals because I plan to become an accountant after school, after college. Accountants must stay organized, manage their time well, and balance multiple responsibilities. And these are some skills that I learned while doing my capstone project. Thank you for your time, and is there any questions? Yes, Zoe.
I have a question about the data you found. I'm wondering if there are any other factors that might be affecting students' academic success besides sport. Are there any events happening
I could say for basketball season with the cheerleaders and the basketball players, we did have a long break, which was Christmas break. So there wasn't a lot of time. Well, you could have got your grades up before Christmas break, but there wasn't a lot of time to actually get your grades up. Thank you. How do I get off of this?
All right, my name Maury. I did my capstone project on do pro players that high school players look up to affect how they play. My agenda is my project statement, scientific questions, hypothesis, stakeholders, scholarly articles, primary research, ethical standards, data, reference page, conclusion, and next steps. My problem statement is that most high school athletes grew up watching the sport they play, and with that, they also grew up watching their favorite players. I want to see if watching your favorite player could change how you play directly or how you act entirely. My scientific questions was how do high school athletes' favorite player affect how they play their sport? How does high school athletes affect How does high school athletes' favorite player affect how they act on and off of their sport? And how does high school favorite players affect their mindset? If high school athletes' role models act positive, this is my hypothesis, my bad. If high school athletes' role models act positive or negative while playing their sport, high school athletes will act the same way because they want to replicate the performance of the player. My primary stakeholders was high school athletes and pro athletes because they the players that everybody coming to watch. And then my secondary stakeholders was coaches, audiences, and families because that's who watching. Scholarly articles. These two articles basically say like athletes are still human and can make mistakes. So that could be seen by younger players that's trying to replicate. These three say that younger youth have way more like people to look up to, so it can interact with their mind differently. And these three say majority of high school athletes, when they get where they want to be, they end up saying like, yeah, I looked up to him. He helped my mindset, all that. So for my primary research, I did a survey, but I did it too late, so I couldn't use it. And I did interviews of UPSM athletes to see different opinions on my topic. Ethical standards. I made sure everybody volunteered to do my survey, and if they didn't, I just didn't ask them. Confidentiality, only I know the answers to the survey. And data integrity, like I said, I'm the only person that know it. Interview data. From my interviews, I got that most people who have an active role model, they often try to play the same way as their role model, which I think can affect their mindset. Most people who took the interview often said that when they play, like, say for instance, somebody playing basketball, if they play basketball and they watch Curry, they tend to shoot more threes than just playing regular. Or somebody playing like Kobe, they think about leadership more than somebody else. This is my reference page, reference part 2. My conclusion. Overall, I feel as my hypothesis was proven true because according to my interviews, high school athletes usually try to follow everything professional athletes do to get where they want, which can end up changing their mindset without them even noticing. My next steps. I plan to go to trade school, so the instructors from the trade school, they often want to see like how good your mind is or like where you thinking it. And I feel like if I'm watching what they do, I feel like that could change my mindset about what I'm doing. And if someone was to do this after me, I would just tell them start earlier during the season so they could get more first-hand responses and so they could use their survey in time. That's it. Any questions? Zoe?
I have a question about your scientific questions. Did you find the answer to any of those scientific questions?
Yeah, I got an answer to all three.
Research and in your primary research?
So the first question, how do high school athletes' favorite players affect how they play their sport? Like I said, many high school athletes, when they play their sport, they often want to replicate how the professional play. So I feel like that could directly change it. How does high school athletes affect how they act on and off the sport? I feel like without people noticing, when you watch somebody for so long, you can indirectly catch like what little stuff they doing, which can change how you act. when you're not even playing your sport? And how does high school favorite players affect their mindset? Well, that's like a mix of both of the things I just said. Miss Owens. Yeah, I feel like, well, my favorite player to watch on the floor currently is Stephon Castle. And I feel like I watch him because he good at leadership and he good going against diversity. So it just helped me stay calm when I'm thinking like, all right, what would I do next? That's just on the court. Off the court, I feel like he helped me just with like, yeah, going against everything, pushing back and still keeping my head up. Any other questions?
Oh, that's great. Hi, Jerry, if you can see me. Okay. Okay. All right. Uh, okay. Ready? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ricki Lockett, and this is my presentation on the effects of abandoned homes. This is my agenda for the. This is my agenda. I will be going over the problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, supporting research, my primary research proposal, my ethical standards for that proposal, my hypothesis for that proposal as well, and then the breakdown of my research, and then lastly, my research conclusions and hypothesis breakdown, and then the next steps. Before I begin, I want to ask two questions. The first one is, how many of you live near abandoned homes? Okay. Keep your hand raised for the second question. For those of you who do, how many of you felt a strong feeling towards them? For example, feeling unsafe. Okay. So, this is my problem statement. Since its decline in population in the 1950s, many abandoned homes in Detroit remain vacant in the modern day. House vacancies create an unfriendly environment while decreasing community progress. Here are my scientific questions. The first one, how do the demographics of Detroit affect where abandoned homes are located? Secondly, what factors cause houses in Detroit to become abandoned? And lastly, how do home vacancies affect local homeowners? These are my stakeholders. I have two primary, which are firstly residents near abandoned homes. They experience the most potential effects of abandoned homes the most, as well as former owners of these now abandoned homes. These owners may have insight on why they left this area from abandoned homes. My secondary stakeholders are taxpayers. These are people who pay taxes towards programs which are responsible for both preventing vacancy expansion and preventing the negative effects of them. There's also visitors of Detroit who have first impressions on Detroit, and so their first impression on house vacancies will also be important. And lastly, homeless people. Homeless people can be potential new occupants of these vacant homes. Here are my supporting research articles. I have 6 statements here. I will read off one of them. The rapid urbanization of Detroit caused by big private sector corporations has caused a rapid run-through of the city, and the leftovers are now being ignored by those who live in those areas and are now affected by the issues they bring. And here's my last 2. And now here's my primary research proposal that I've done. My 3 outcomes of this: to see what causes homes to become abandoned, to view the effects of vacant homes via the status of people who live in the neighborhoods, with statuses including community connections, safety, local activity, and general quality of life. And lastly, to compare these statuses to areas which do not have abandoned homes. Also, to support my supporting research, the statements that I didn't have up here, there are 4 more that I didn't have up here. To summarize the rest of them, they all talk about safety, income, or demographics in some sort of manner. This is my observation procedure. The following actions will be observed in 2 neighborhoods with high quantity of abandoned homes and 2 neighborhoods with low quality of them. I will be observing the following: activity within the neighborhood, person-to-person interaction, and ethnicity. I've also cut out animal presence because that's not an issue that I believed focused on my project. And here's my survey procedure. These are some of the questions I've asked. Some of the ones that are striked out, I've striked out for purposes of more privacy. People are uncomfortable with those questions, so cutting them out was able to give me more responses to them. Originally, I wanted 30 responses per section, and then the sections were split into 3 neighborhoods. However, I wasn't able to get 30 because off of pure non-interaction alone, so I had to go door to door to get some of the responses, and that kind of breaks my ethical standards of confidentiality and privacy, as well as informed voluntary participation. Mainly the second one, because I'm interacting with them, which I stated previously I would not, so that breaks that. And moving on to my ethical standards as well. Informed voluntary participation. The surveys that are given out are clearly marked as for research purposes only and are completely voluntary and are anonymous. And the surveys won't ask for any information that easily identifies the people who are volunteering. And due to the non-interactive nature of my proposal, there's no harm that can be done in these proposals. And also, after I've pulled the data, I have disposed of all of the forms so that they can't be used for any further purposes. And also, there's also anticipated challenges and solutions. Finding enough people to respond to the information and proper observations without the weather being a factor. This is my hypothesis. Neighborhoods with abandoned homes are likely to have lower levels of safety and reduced quality of life. Also, for my survey procedure, I had to expand the form submission to other ways so that it's easier for them to submit them. I expanded it to where they could submit them through email, as well as creating Google Forms, which all have been disposed of. I still have other paper, physical responses to dispose of, but most of the responses have been disposed to keep data integrity. Here's my research breakdown. I've gone to 6 different streets. The non-abandoned neighborhood sections, Arden Park Boulevard, Chicago Boulevard, and Boston Boulevard. Together, I was able to collect 25 forms from there. And then as well as for the abandoned neighborhood sections, sections with abandoned homes, Pingree Street, Blaine Street, and Gladstone Street, I was able to collect 28 forms from there. And for the 4 underlined ones, I was able to do observations for those. And here's my breakdown from all the surveys I was able to get. On the left side will be for abandoned sections, and for the right will be non-abandoned sections. As you can see, for race in abandoned sections, black is the most prevalent. Black is the most prevalent for race in abandoned sections, while white is the most prevalent for non-abandoned sections. And then for income breakdown, I asked them what their income range was. And as you can see, for the abandoned section, 17 of them, which is the majority, made $20,000 or less. And for non-abandoned sections, a majority of them made $50,000 to $70,000 or less, or between $50,000 and $75,000. And then lastly, for my survey, I asked them their general feeling of safety in their area. For the abandoned section, it was varied. So varied basically means it depended on the situation, whether it was safe or unsafe. However, for the non-abandoned section, it generally felt safe for them. And then here's my observation research breakdown. For the non-abandoned section, there was a significantly higher amount of people who were outside walking around and interacting with people for the non-abandoned section. Actually, not interaction, just walking around. So this leads me to believe that they feel more comfortable walking around in these non-abandoned sections. And also in the observational note, the non-abandoned areas were more friendly to pedestrians as they included better paved sidewalks and bike lanes, while the abandoned areas didn't have bike lanes and the sidewalks looked very worn down. To conclude my research, to answer the scientific questions, the first one being abandoned homes are more likely to be located in areas with high population of African Americans. The second scientific question, due to existing income gaps in the current areas with home vacancies, it can be presumed that those vacancies were caused from former owners who could no longer afford it. And lastly, home vacancies create room for safety concerns, underdevelopment, and poor education due to lower taxable neighborhood funding going to schools. And this is my hypothesis breakdown. From the given data, abandoned neighborhoods are varied in their safety, however, are still less safe than non-abandoned neighborhoods. These are my next steps for whoever may want to take on this project. I would say explore the reason, see what the root problems of the cause are in home vacancies that continue into the modern day. Find prevention, see how the problems can be limited or cut out entirely. And then lastly, explore other city models. See where cities don't have the issue of vacancy, and see how it can be implemented here in Detroit. And this is why I chose this project. I'm going into electrical engineering, and one of the fundamentals of a home is electricity, and I hope to be able to be a part of the solution in lessening the burden of abandoned homes in the city. These are my references, and that's it. Yes, Tamaris. I believe it is a major reason. I don't believe it's the biggest reason, although I do believe it's one of the root causes. To go in a little bit more in depth in it, I believe, as you can see in one of my, where is it? Right here. The one on the top, the reurbanization of Detroit caused by big private sector corporations. Those corporations see these low-income areas and I think they can just run through them to create their own developments in which they can profit off the incoming people from different parts of the country who are coming into Detroit. And that, by nature, causes people who already live here on lower incomes to not be able to afford these new homes or apartments or other. Yes. Yes, sir.
You mentioned on your observation protocol that you were thinking about observing animal activity. Can you talk a little bit about why you originally had that on your list? And then you mentioned why you dropped it. Can you say that again?
Yes. So originally I wanted to use it as a sort of metric to use because there's animals of different kind, but you expect them in different neighborhoods. So in abandoned neighborhoods, you expect maybe larger dogs like pit bulls. You expect to see those types of dogs in lower income neighborhoods, while in higher income neighborhoods or ones with like no or very few home vacancies, you see more expensive dog breeds like Chihuahuas, something like that. Halfway into my observation, I didn't really want to use that as a metric. Firstly, because it's wintertime, so most people don't really have their dogs out. And when I first started this observation in April, I started early April, it was still cold. And it's still kind of cold now, so I couldn't really use that as a metric.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Makayla Barton, and I'll be talking about abandoned schools in Detroit. On your way to school, do anybody see abandoned buildings? Well, we're going to get into that. Today, I'll be outlining my problem, my investigation, and my results and conclusion. My problem statement. There are over 60 abandoned schools in Detroit. These schools could be closing for various reasons: population, testing, or even violence. These abandoned buildings have been linked to various crimes causing concern in neighborhoods. My scientific questions. Does proximity to abandoned schools predict higher rates of reported crime compared to areas without abandoned schools? Does kids who experience school closure test scores drop, and by how much? When alumni see their old schools abandoned, does it create a feeling of loss or disattachment from their community? And why? So my stakeholders will be school alumni, because they may feel abandoned from their community, and then city officials, because they are the ones that can actually make a change, Detroit residents, the ones who have attended these schools or will be attending Detroit schools, and then child psychiatrists and other professionals, because we can just notice change in children behaviors, and then students who are mainly affected by school closure. My first supporting research, there are 5 key school reforms that have reached max development in the dismantling of Detroit traditional school governance system and the emergence of possible third wave of school governance change in U.S. history. My second, they were able to gather information from LAGOCO and 4 other community-centered organizations in order to create 3 deliverables: a case study, a brochure, a general guide, websites for repurposing abandoned school buildings, and networking master lists. My third, it talks about how in 2014, Detroit decided to demolish about 10,000 buildings in the first 3 years, and this is mainly because of the population declining. So my fourth one also talks about several decades. During the past several decades, the Detroit population has changed. It has went from 2 million to now it's about 600,000. It is going up, but it's not at the 2 million it used to be. And then my fifth one is talk about the study on abandoned schools in Puerto Rico and how they also had issues with school closure, but instead of just like making the buildings abandoned, they refurbished the buildings for use. And then my sixth one, the article, Reimaging Detroit, discusses how Detroit faced major problems such as a population loss, abandoned school buildings, and school closures. But community leaders and organizations began creating new plans to rebuild the city. It emphasized despite Detroit's struggle, and local groups and residents are working to reuse vacant spaces. And then I talked about how now, actually, in the past few years, they are refurbishing Cooley High School, which has been abandoned since 2010. And now, my other supporting research, I'll be going into detail about Cooley High School and how it was opened in 1928. It was one of the last few very big schools in Detroit. And despite the historical significance it had to the city, they sadly had to close it in June 2010. And then another big school that closed was Kettering High School, which was really big, another big high school in Detroit. It was voted to be opening during the city's peak population of 2 million, but sadly closed because of population. And then another one is called Finney High School. It also opened in 1928, and it was a staple school in Detroit, but it closed in 2014 due to population and other issues. And alumni and school officials had decided to name East English Village High School into Finney High School. For my primary research, I'll be conducting a survey that will be sent out to current students, alumni, and Detroit residents. Additionally, I will be conducting interviews with alumni from schools that have closed. These interviews will be conducted over a Zoom or FaceTime, which I'll be taking notes from those. My ethical standards will be informed consent. I'll be explaining the purpose of the interview and survey clearly. Voluntary participation. Participant must be free to choose whether they want to participate or not. And then I'll be avoiding avoiding pressure. I'll be avoiding like questions that make them feel uncomfortable or pressuring them to a certain answer. And then I'll make sure that I have data integrity, making sure it's accurate, complete, and consistent. My hypothesis. I have two hypotheses. My first one is I predict that crime is more common if there's a lot of abandoned buildings when compared to neighborhoods without. Then my second, if schools close and become abandoned, it will negatively impact the neighborhood. I ended up doing a survey which I sent out to Detroit residents, and the first question was, have you seen abandoned buildings in your neighborhood? 94.8% said yes, which was expected. And then I asked, how often do you see abandoned buildings? And then 70% said often, 26.7% said sometimes, and 3.3% said rarely. And then I asked, do you think abandoned buildings are a problem in your neighborhood? No said, 46.7% said no, and then 30% said yes, and 23.3% said sometimes. And then I asked them, how do you abandoned buildings affect your neighborhood? Most of them said poor appearance, and then also a lot said safety concerns and crime, and nobody said no impact at all. Additionally, I asked, do abandoned buildings make you feel unsafe? 29% said no, 41.9% said sometimes, and 29% said yes. And then I asked them, would they be advocating for a change with abandoned buildings? And then 96.7% said yes. For my interviews, I interviewed a Finney High School alum, and she was class of 2004, and she grew up on the east side of Detroit, and she's advocating for a better neighborhood. I also interviewed a Kettering High School alum, class of 1997. He also grew up in Detroit. For my interview, my Finney High School alum shared how upsetting it was to see well-known Detroit schools like Finney and Cooley shut down. They say these schools were a big part of the community. When they closed, they feel like the neighborhood lost something important. Not just a school, but a place where people came together. They also mentioned concerns about safety since the closures adding that some of the neighborhoods now look run down than before. And then from my Kettering High School alum, they shared that, I still remember my last day at Kettering High School, like it was yesterday. They reflected on the closure of Detroit School. It wasn't just a building shutting down. They expressed it felt like a piece of community was disappearing. Many students and alum described the closure as a deeply emotional, especially because Kettering had been More than just a place for education, it was a place where friendships, traditions, and identity was built. As part of the wider wave of Detroit school closures, including schools like Finney and Cooley, the school shut down left alumni feeling abandoned and uncertain. One alumni added, "We knew enrollment and other things were changing, but nobody really believed that they would take our school away until it actually happened." For my next steps, if I were to continue this project, I would recommend reaching out to more alumni who were directly affected by school closure to gain a deeper understanding of their experiences. It will also be valuable to explore possible ways to reproduce closed school buildings so they can be reused in ways that benefit the community. This could help provide more resources and opportunities for young people like ourselves. And then my conclusion. Abandoned school buildings are more than empty spaces. They are a reminder of communities that were brought together. When school closes and buildings are left vacant, neighborhoods are often experience increased crime, lower community pride, and fewer safe spaces for young people. Through my research, surveys, and interviews, I learned that many of community members and former students believe these buildings still have value and potential. Instead of allowing them to continue to deteriorate, cities should focus on turning them into spaces that benefit the youth like us and strengthen the community again. Refurbishing schools could create opportunities for education, recreation, mentorship, and personal growth while also preventing important parts of local history. For my solution, one possible solution is for city school districts and community organizations to work together to renovate abandoned school buildings into youth centers, like they are doing with the Cooley High School. These could be learning hubs, community centers, or affordable activity spaces. These refurbished buildings could include tutoring programs, sports facilities, art and music rooms, mental health resources, and career training opportunities for teen and young adults. To move this forward, communities should increase funding and grants for rebuilding abandoned buildings, partner with local businesses and nonprofits, involve former students and residents in planning ideas for the buildings, create programs designed to keep youth engaged and safe, and then research successful examples of other cities using abandoned buildings like Puerto Rico. Then this is my reference page. Thank you for watching. Any questions? Yes, Zoe? Well, you want me to like basically explain why I chose this project? So after graduation, I'll be going into politics, and I'm going into politics because I want a better community and I want to do better for our community, and that's why I kind of talked about Detroit a lot.
Alrighty. Hello. Good morning. My name is Tory Boyd. I'm class of 2026. Oh. Alrighty. Can you hear me now? Okay. Hello, my name is Tory Boyd. I go to University Prep Science and Math High School. I'm class of 2026, and my capstone is about how to stop procrastinating. It's the introduction, my agenda. We're going over my problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, my scholarly articles, hypothesis, ethics, research methods, and conclusions. Oops. Okay, number one, problem statement. My problem statement is procrastination among teens and adolescents mostly happens when they lack motivation. This problem is caused by distractions and poor time management, leading to stress and lower academic performance. Number two is my scientific questions. My first scientific question is, how do different environments like home versus school influence frequency and causes procrastination? My second one is there a relationship between poor time management and higher stress levels in teens who procrastinate? And my third is, what types of distractions at home or school most often lead to procrastination? My stakeholders. My primary stakeholders is teens, students, adolescents. They directly experience it, and when they do, it lowers academic performance. My secondary is parents, guardians, teachers, and school administrators. I say parents because they're concerned for their children's grade and stress, and administrators, they indirectly are affected because it makes teaching harder and lowers the school performance. Here are my scholarly articles. First one talks, they all talk about what procrastination is. They all talk about what procrastination is, what it does to people, and how to stop it. Here's my other scholarly articles. They all talk about the same thing. My hypothesis was, if students experience low motivation, high distractions, and poor time management, then they are more likely to procrastinate, which leads to lower stress and academic performance. My ethics was participation is fully optional. They all receive a clear explanation of what we're doing. They can withdraw at any time without any penalty. All data will be recorded accurately without bias, and questions are neutral. Students can skip at will. Here are my research methods. First, I sent out a survey asking about procrastination habits and factors that cause them to procrastinate. And then I did an experiment, 2 trial tests, one with phones, other without phones, to see how students did. And here's my survey data. I asked the question, how often do you procrastinate? And 50% said always, 33.3% said often, and 16.7% said sometimes. And here's my experiment data. It didn't let me make a chart, but with the phone, students didn't do as well as on the test as they did without the phone. So what I got from it was the phones reduce focus and productivity during working time. Okay. My hypothesis breakdown was it was proven true the students that had their phones were distracted by it and caused them not to do well than when they didn't have their phones. Here are my research conclusions for the first question. Home environments increase procrastination because of distractions like phones, social media, like games. And in school, it's like pressure and fear of failure. For my second question, teens with poor time management often procrastinate, leading to higher stress and anxiety and pressure from unfinished work. And my third was common distractions include smartphones and social media and games. My next steps, I'm planning on going to college for mechatronic engineering, and this research helped me helped me to realize that if I wanted to be an engineer, I had to have good time management for for my projects and stuff like that. Any questions? I didn't have it set up. Yes, Zoe.
I actually have a question about like the connection between your project and what you see during the school day. So you did this project on procrastination phones, and we have phones in the building, even though people shouldn't have phones in the building. How do you think your project, like, how do you see your project in the everyday school day?
Could you repeat it one more time? Could you repeat it one more time?
Yeah, so how do you see phone procrastination happening in our school, like, on a day-to-day basis?
While I'm in class or anywhere, instead of like students doing work, they're on their phones doing like other things. And hold on. Okay. Oh my gosh. All right, give me 1 second.
Biomedicals. Biomedical sciences has become one of the most important fields in modern society, shaping the way humans understand, treat, and prevent diseases from breakthroughs in medicine to improvements in public health. Biomedical research has continuously increased life expectancy and improved quality of life across the world. However, the rise of biomedical science was not simply driven by curiosity. It emerged as a response to growing health crises that threaten populations and weaken societies. To understand why biomedical sciences is so significant today, it is important to first examine the problems and origins that led to its development. Around the 1800s, as population grew, so did malicious diseases. These diseases greatly reduced workforce and population of many countries until the 19th century, where a curve of biomedical research greatly occurred, improving standards of living. This also created the highly important field responsible for people's health known as biomedical sciences. But what exactly is biomedical sciences? Biomedical sciences is the use of biological and medical sciences to understand health and disease, like CRSPR, stethoscopes, otoscopes, things of that nature, mainly medical inventions, in hopes of improving health and preventing negative health afflictions. These are the scientific questions that I use to help explore this subject and the answer to my question. How does biomedical science work? Why is it important? And how does it contribute to the health of the world overall? This is my hypothesis, which came from my scientific questions. Most, if not all, known negative health afflictions are resolved through biomedical sciences. This is some simple research I did on the background. It mainly entails to medical inventions, mainly advancements like CRSPR, radiotherapy, cancer treatments, and even a new recent treatment called Journavax, which is a non-opioid, non-addictive drug used for pain relief. For further clarity on this subject, there has been major diseases that took years to overcome and hasn't been taken seriously until recently in the 1880s and 1920s during the medical revolution, where most common medicine like influenza vaccines, antibiotics, and penicillin, and medicinal methods today were invented, to which later caused the major population rate increase to around 2.2% between 1963 and 1964. These are my ethical standards I use for my survey, which is mainly used to help prove that biomedical science is actually working in a modern age and is actively curing and finding solutions to these diseases. The results based on the answers, we had 11 participants so far. 28.6% have not remitted from the disease post-medical intervention, and 71.4% saying post-medical intervention they are. Here is simple statistical data, mainly graphs and such, to help show show the responders pre and post-medical intervention and prove biomedical sciences is actually working and finding a solution to this problem. These are my stakeholders, of which mainly are in the medical field, but also include patients, scholars, mainly anybody involved with the medical field in general. This will mainly be considered biology, but most biology doesn't really involve biomedical sciences, especially when it comes to humans. This is a list of achievements and advancements in biomedical sciences that most of you probably recognize, like antibiotics, syringes, and stethoscopes, which were cutting edge upon discovery, especially back in the day where most malicious diseases actually were very rampant. Here's the reference list for anybody who wants to check the sources or data from where I found it. And is there any questions? Ms. Zoe?
I have a question about your next steps. So you did a project on bioengineering?
The importance of biomedical sciences.
Biomedical sciences. How does this apply to your future goals? Are you going to go into this field? What have you learned that helps you with that? Is this something else personal life? Why did you choose this topic? How does it help you after graduation?
I would say it's both personal and something that I really want to do because my grandma does, she's not only an assistant surgeon, but she's also a nurse. And she's not actually in Detroit or nothing, she's in another city, but she definitely inspires me to work in the medical field. And also, I do want to become a physician myself. That's the main reason why I chose this subject for my project, because I'm kind of familiar with it already. Is there any more questions? Ms. Lumpkin?
Did your findings answer your scientific questions and how
Yes, actually. My findings did answer most of the questions I had, but there was one question I missed on the survey. I meant to ask, post-medical intervention, did this actually help you feel better? Did it make you feel as if you felt better yourself? I kind of wanted feedback from the people who got that intervention. I only got really the statistical data from that though, so. Is there any more questions?
Uh, Hi, how y'all doing? My name is Tayshaun. My capstone is fixing and improving in Detroit with AI. My agenda is my problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholder hypothesis, primary research, and ethical standards. Introduction to Detroit. Detroit is historic industrial city we are the automotive hub, face many economical declines and population losses. The consistent development of downtown in Detroit and with little areas around the city is they consistently getting worked on. Problem statement, Detroit faces some of the biggest challenges like unemployment, population decline, poverty abundance, and bad potholes that causes many accidents. These issues are big setbacks in the city of Detroit. My scientific questions, how can us as a community utilize AI technology to enhance the efficiency of public transport and eliminate traffic congestion in Detroit, making travel safer and faster for everyone? My second one is, how can we ensure AI systems are fair and unbiased to urban communities? And the third one is, how can I use artificial intelligence to identify abandoned buildings and improve housing, business growth, and neighborhood safety in Detroit? My bad. My stakeholders, research participants, real estate employees and agents, funding agencies, general public, construction workers, and artificial intelligence researchers. What is AI? If a couple of people don't know, artificial intelligence allows computers to learn and make decisions like humans. For example, self-cars, chatbots, and drones, all that, etc. My hypothesis: if artificial intelligence is implemented in areas like transportation, public safety, and city services within Detroit, then Detroit would benefit from efficiency, enhanced safety, and stability due to artificial intelligence being able to process information and make better decisions compared to the current methods we use. My ethical standards. All data will be audio recorded, if not video recorded, and published to the public with consent. I will ask short, responsible questions to get people comfortable with doing the interview and being observed. My primary research proposal. Wait, do I gotta read the whole thing, dude? Or I don't. Okay. The study of Detroit reveals that most of the problems in the city is facing is currently resolved from the history of dependency on the automobile industry, which once thrived due to innovation and company spin-offs, but fell into the industrialization, resulting in unemployment, poverty, and depopulation, and so on and so more. Yeah, I'm not gonna read the whole thing. For my primary research on fixing and improving Detroit with AI, I surveyed and interviewed locals, residents with problems in the city and how AI could help. Many people believe that AI could improve traffic, public safety, education, city services, but they also wanted AI to be fair, safe, and used responsibly. My research said that residents support AI when it helps solve community problems. These are my secondary researches. And my references. Scientific question response. I didn't do no like surveys. I didn't get enough back, so I just used most of the responses people use. But from the community perspective, we have AI that can be used to upgrade and transport system through intelligent traffic lights, faster buses, and safer streets. AI can help manage traffic flow and increase efficiency in public transport. Investing in intelligent transportation and public transport solutions will result in efficient, convenient, and safe transport for all people. I'm not gonna read the other one second, but the second one we were just talking about like how it could be fair for many other communities and stuff like that, and what would their intake be? AI helping them get to be what they desire to be, I guess. And how can AI help Detroit build better buildings and better the communities and stop violence and stuff like that to get people to do stuff instead of being in the house? Next steps. My further steps, that could be taken to improve Detroit using AI would be to enhance the mode of transportation, fight crimes, and use technology to repair roads with help of AI sensors. After schooling, assistance through AI, tutors, and training unemployment in the community. Conclusion. The above analysis shown that AI could be beneficial in aiding and development of Detroit because it is the ability to use data in urban planning. The technology has the potential to detect trends relating to housing, transport, infrastructure, and environmental needs that could assist decision makers in making informed choices. Questions? Yes. Yes, Zoe.
I have a question about what comes for you after high school. What are you doing after high school, and how does this project or this process for Capstone help you with that?
I wanna build just buy land and just build a whole bunch of I don't know exact buildings, but I just want to build stuff for people to be able to go out and do stuff and feel safe and just better communities and stuff like that. Give people better chances of upbringings. Any questions?
My name is Lonyea, and my project is on fast fashion. This is my agenda. And this is my problem statement. In Detroit, there are many clothing stores that sell clothes that are either affordable and see-through or high priced but made cheaply. This has been a problem, but especially with fast fashion in recent years. How many of you have gotten bad quality clothing? These are my scientific questions. And these are my stakeholders. This is my secondary research. And this is my primary research proposal. I did an experiment by testing 2 different fabric types for a month and nearly a month, and also did a survey. This is my hypothesis. If fabrics show damage after a short amount of time, then it's unsustainable. If it is sustainable, I predict one of the fabrics, the cotton one, is unsustainable. These are my ethical standards. And these are my questions from my survey. And these are the notes that I took as I was doing my experiment. This is a picture, pictures of what the pants looked like when I was done making them. The fabric was pretty hard to use, so the stitching wasn't right. This is a video. Miss Banks, I don't want the audio to play because there's a bunch of, background noise. The audio can't play because there was loud noise when I was recording it. Okay, well then you'll have to skip the sound. There was loud noise during the recording of the audio, so I'm gonna just skip it. This is my conclusion and next steps. This is what I got from my scientific questions. I found out that what makes fabric unsustainable is where you get it from and how much of it you purchase, because if you don't purchase enough, something is going to end up being too small. That's supposed to say was false because both fabrics showed damage and not just one of them. And these are my next steps. This is a reference page. This is my next reference page. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Lumpkin.
Could you talk a little bit more about your next steps and how the someone might improve this, and also how much accessibility you want to do after this?
Well, if someone else wants to do this, I would recommend being more active because I don't move around that much, so I don't think the pants really show that much damage.
And for after high school, I plan on going to CCS or starting a small business. And Zoe, what was your question?
I actually was wondering if you could go back and kind of talk about your scientific questions and stakeholders. I know you showed us the slide, but you skipped talking about them. Would you go back and talk about those a little bit?
Okay. So for my stakeholders, I basically chose these because this is what I was mostly focusing on as I was searching for my articles. Because in my articles, most of this stuff had showed up in them, like fashion brands, clothing stores, textile sellers, and fashion designers was mentioned often. And for my scientific questions, I had chose these because I was just really mostly focusing on what makes fabric unsustainable, the different brands that do it, and how it affects the people in Detroit.
I'm waiting on them. Look. I can go? Okay, hi guys. My name is DaKaiya Thomas, and today I'll be presenting my final capstone project, The Impact Injuries Have on Student Athletes' Mental Health. Going into today's introduction, I decided to pick the specific senior capstone project because I personally dealt with mental health issues due to injuries of my own, and I definitely can relate to the topic. Going into today's agenda, I'll be going over my scientific questions, my stakeholders, my problem statement, my secondary research, and more. Starting off with my problem statement, student athletes often face intense pressure to perform academically and athletically when injuries occur. These pressures can increase. While physical recovery is usually prioritized, the mental health impact of injuries on student athletes is often overlooked or undersupported. Injuries can lead to feelings of isolation, anxiety, depression, loss of identity, and decreased motivation, especially when athletes are separated from their teams and routines. Many schools lack of mental health resources, education, or support systems, specifically designed to help injured student athletes cope emotionally during recovery. As a result, student athletes may struggle in silence, which can negatively affect their academic performance, their self-esteem, and long-term well-being. All this can simply be prevented by just having someone to talk to and still engaging within your team. Going into my scientific questions, are student athletes with strong social support systems such as coaches, teammates, and family less likely to experience negative mental health effects after an injury? Going into my next question, are there differences in mental health impact based on age, gender, or the type of sport? And last but not least, how does pressure to return to play influence the mental health of injured student athletes? Going into my primary stakeholders, I first started off with student athletes. Injured student athletes are the most directly impacted, as injuries can affect their mental health, identity, and academic performances, and overall well-being. Their experiences and voices are central to understanding the problem. Going into family and guardians, parents and guardians support student athletes emotionally, physically, and financially. During injury recovery, they are often the first to notice mental health changes and play a key role in advocating for care. Going into my secondary stakeholders, having your coach's support as well as teammates helps build confidence and hope that you will recover soon. Going into coaches influence team culture and bonding, expectations, and return to play decisions. Their awareness and response to injured athletes, mental health can either reduce or increase stress during recovery and help prevent many things. Going into my secondary research, sports injuries can lead to serious emotional reactions in athletes, including anxiety, depression, and fear of getting injured again. These mental health struggles can cause slow recovery and affect daily performance. Injured athletes often experience a loss of confidence and changes in how they see themselves as athletes, which can negatively affect their identity and emotional well-being. The culture in sports often encourages athletes to push through pain, which can make them hesitant to talk about mental health struggles during injury recovery. Social support from teammates, coaches, and family can reduce depression and anxiety symptoms during injury recovery. Going into my primary research, going more so into the project, I'll be showing the process I had to go through to build myself up when I injured myself and how I beat the depression. And here I am able to talk about my injuries that caused me so much pain, mentally and physically. I plan to interview her athletes and ask questions about their mental health as well as the ones who overcame it as well. On the side, I have my injuries. Yes, I have numerous of injuries, so I definitely can relate to the topic. Going into my hypothesis, athletes with a strong exclusive identity to their sport will experience a deeper sense of physical loss and social isolation, which is a difference compared to an uninjured athlete, making the process very much harder. I believe this can be true, but also false as well in a sense, because regardless if you love that sport or not, many athletes rely on their sport as a getaway or a way out in the position they're currently in. Going into my ethical standards and why, I went through data and privacy informed consent. I will be keeping the information between me and my participants, giving them a full experience of privacy. I will also be dealing with transparency,
Participants will know exactly what their data will be used for and where it will be stored. That way they can gain a full transparent response. And I will also be going with honest reporting. I won't be changing any responses given, but I won't be disclosing the full response that was given to me. And my acknowledged failures, I'll be documenting everything and explaining why something failed is often more valuable than a perfect result. Going into my interview questions, I won't be going over all of them, but I will be going over the top 3. On a scale of 1 through 10, how did your perception of yourself as an athlete change the moment you realized the injury was serious? Going into the next question, in what ways did your relationship with your teammates or coaches change once you were no longer on the active roster? And last but not least, can you describe the feeling you had during the first week post-injury? Going into my responses, 1 second. I started off with the first question. On a scale of 1 through 10, how did your perception of yourself as an athlete change the moment you realized your injury was serious? A lot of my participants scored high, and as you can see, it was very close within each other. Going on to the next one, in what ways did your relationship with your teammates or coaches change once you were no longer on the active roster? Only a few participants felt as if it was a sense of being used, and they felt like they weren't needed. But the higher response I received were lost relationships with coaches and teammates. And last but not least, it was a multiple choice, which was participants said change of daily lifestyle routines, feeling motivated to keep going, disregarding your own injury, and getting up with the external pressure to push your recovery. These were the top selected responses and questions given out. Going into the injury recovery process, they had something called RICE, RICE, where you rest, ice, compress, and elevate. You can also go into physical therapy as well, so you can get better throughout your injury, and you can cast up. Going into my next steps, I plan to major in kinesiology at MSU, which focuses on the human body movement and furthermore my research. Picking this project helped me discover many things about recovery, body movement, and what I'm interested in, while also teaching me many things I wish I would have known when I injured myself numerous of times, and what you can learn by simply just researching. Going into my full article page, a lot of my articles went on about the mental health awareness and the injury recovery. My references as well, I picked the specific articles because they went on about how you can prevent falling into a deep depression and how it's more after an injury. Any questions? Zoe? Hold on. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so with my scientific questions, I was able to answer a few. Mainly the first one where it said, are student athletes with strong social support systems such as coaches, teammates, and family less likely to experience negative mental health effects? And yes, that is true. They are less likely to experience less negative impact because they have support from others. And then going into, you said my hypothesis? Basically, my hypothesis went on, it was like athletes just being alone and stuff, and it kind of just compared to the scientific question. It's like a comparison. If somebody has somebody in their corner, or if you don't have somebody in your corner, you can fall deeper into depression, and you can feel as if it's no, basically, like, comeback. No?
statements. Before I start, the question that I'll be asking is, have anybody experienced any type of issues with their skincare? Thank you for your responses. So my agenda for today will be problem statement, scientific question, stakeholder, lecture review, and my hypothesis, data, results, and my next steps and Q&A. My project based to low confidence and poor skin health. My goal today will be figuring out what is causing acne breakouts during the teenage stage of life. My problem statement for today is many people, especially teenagers, struggle with skin care problems at home, school, and urban areas, where stress, pollution, and lack of knowledge make skin issues worse. These problems often appear during stressful times, leading to irritation, breakouts, and low self-esteem that can affect the confidence in the daily life. My scientific questions today is, how does increased stress affect the production of oil and acne development in teenagers? My second question is, what impact does air pollution have on skin textures, pore size, and irritation levels over time? My last question is, how does following a consistent skincare routine influence the healing rate of acne and overall skin health? My 4 stakeholders today is teenagers and young adults living in urban areas, dermatologists and skincare professionals. 3 is parent and guardians of teenagers. 4th is skincare product manufacturers and retailers. My supporting research is the treatment of acne. It supports my intensive research information on doing your research. Ooh, let me calm down. Hold on, y'all. Let me breathe. Whew. Let me start over. Diagnosis and treatment of acne. It supports my intensive research for information on doing your research on your skin type to know what products to use without having many breakouts. Lack of compliance, the most important cause of treatments failure, can be minimized by patient education and the establishment of realistic treatment goals. The patient needs to know the goal of the treatment to prevent new lessons. So this is 1 through 3 of my secondary research. The first one was what I just read of the lack of compliance. So my second one is, in the article, it stated that the other things that can affect acne are food, hygiene, and your hormones for teenagers. My third one is the knowledge and practices about cleansing, moisturizing, and skin uses vary by gender education, showing what teens to know to do about their skincare. My 4th one is, it highlights that acne curses is extremely common in teenagers ages through 12 to 17 years, showing what skincare research focuses on teenagers is justified. My 5th article talks about how the youth frequently seeks acne/skincare info online, implying the importance of evidence-based education in teenage skincare guidance. My 6th article is, the article explains that many teenagers lack proper knowledge about their skin type, which leads to incorrect product uses worsening acne conditions. My 7th one is, the study found that most teenagers follow skin trends rather than understanding their skin type, leading to routine and skin types. My 8th one is results showing that there is a significant gap in education about identifying skin types, causing teenagers to misuse products that do not suit their skin. And then my 9th one highlights that misinformation from social media contributes to poor skin care choices among teenagers who do not understand their individual skin needs. And then my last and final one is, the findings indicates that many teenagers are unaware of basic product skin principles, including how to identify their skin type, which leads to inconstant and insufficient routines. My primary research proposal, I have 4 questions that I used for my interview. Please describe the most common skin problems you experience and when they usually occur. My second one is, how do school stress or your daily environment affect your skin? My third one was, what skincare products do you currently use and how did you choose them? My 4th one is, how confident do you feel in understanding your skin type and its needs? My ethical standards is voluntary participation, so no one was forced to answer any questions or for my capstone project. Confidentiality, no names or or like information would be like, what is it? What's the word that I'm trying to use? No information will be out in the public, only between me and like the participant. My data integrity questions will be clear and unbiased, so you're not forced to answer anything. And then minimizing risk. If you're uncomfortable, you can skip any questions. My hypothesis. My hypothesis, if teenagers learn about their skin type and use the correct acne treatments, then their confidence will improve because they will have fewer breakouts and feel better about their appearance. The plan to test my hypothesis: step 1, select a group of teenagers who experience acne, figure out how they feel about their skin, how often is breakouts, help participants determine their skin type, oily, dry, a combination, or sensitive. Step 2, help participants acne care instructions or products suited for their skin type, have them follow a routine for 4 to 6 weeks, ask the same questions from step 1, and then from step 3 is compare confidence levels before and after the treatment, and then number the breakouts before or after the acne. And then the evidence from my primary research, I did a survey, and then this is the responses I got. So for the first graph, the question was, how confident do you feel in understanding your skin type? Most people was like in between 3 and 4, and then a little bit of 5, but most people picked 4, saying like they really was confident, but not really. And then the second graph, it was asking where did they get most of their information from for like products to use, and most people use social media, meaning that they really don't know where they getting the products from. They just going based off what most people use. And then this shows how it supports my hypothesis. So graph 1, it supports my hypothesis because it rated participants' confidence in understanding their skin type around 3 or 4 rather than a 5. And then graph 2, it shows that it supports my hypothesis by showing where teenagers get their information from about their skincare. And then the people for the next project that's doing the same topic as me, the future steps they should do is prep for their research earlier in the year, go beyond the surface with research, look into the mental health side, tell future students to collect their own data instead of relying on articles. Long-term impact are skincare trends helping or harming teenagers overall. And then results in the conclusion, this goes back to my scientific questions, the answers that I picked. So for question 1, how does increased stress affect the production of oil and acne development in teenagers? Stress increases hormones and that boost oily production, clogs pores, and worsens skin. The second question was, what impact does the air pollution have on skin texture, pore size, and irritation levels over time? Pollution clogs pores, roughens skin textures, and causes irritation over time. The third question was, how does following a consistent skincare routine influence the healing rate of acne and overall skin health? A consistent skincare routine helps acne heals faster, prevents breakouts, and improve overall skin health. This proves my hypothesis because my questions improve my hypothesis by showing how development skin stress, how it can improve skincare routines. My hypothesis build on this by saying that when teens understand their skincare, it will leave them with fewer breakouts. This is all of my articles. Thank you. Any questions? No. Yes, Zoe. Okay, so yeah, I didn't add that on there, but after high school, I'll be committed to MSU, and I'll be majoring in physical therapy. So it's basically like, you know, when you go to physical therapy, you're going for your knee, anything that you're hurt on. So like, I'll be helping people gain their confidence back in their movement or anything that they need help with. So that's basically what my project was on, is helping people understand their body and how to gain their confidence. Any more questions? No.
Hello, my name is Jakira Gibson, and my senior capstone project is about empowering confidence through hairstyling. My problem statement is many individuals, especially teens and young adults, struggle with low self-confidence related to their appearance. Hairstyling plays a significant role in self-expression and identity. Many people struggle with low self-confidence related to their hair, especially when they do not know how to properly style or care for it. This problem often affects teenagers and young adults in schools and communities where beauty standards and social media influence how people feel about their appearance. My scientific questions. In, My scientific questions. In what ways can hairstyling be a form of self-expression or identity? 2. Can a hairstyle influence your confidence in different environments, school, work, social events, and how? 3. How does changing your hairstyle affect the way you see yourself? 4. In what ways can hairstylists help boost their clients' confidence beyond just appearance? My stakeholders. My primary stakeholders were teens and young adults, individuals with textured, curly, or culturally significant hair, people who experience hair loss or hair-related insecurities. My secondary were hairstylists and barbers, schools and youth programs, mental health advocates, beauty industries, businesses. My research finding. In the Joseph T. 2010, The Hair Issues, Joseph's studies found a significant positive correlation between self-esteem and the choice to wear natural hair, concluding that African American women with higher self-esteem are more likely to wear their hair in a natural state, while those with lower self-esteem are most likely to process their hair, like straighten it or relax their hair. In the 2016 study, African American Personal Presentation, Hair and Self-Perspection by Nina Ellis was about how hair is not just the aesthetic for Black women. It is deeply intertwined with the self-perspection, social identity, and personal history, often impacted by beauty standards. In Hue 2023, it highlights that cosmetology, including hairstyling, makeup, and skin treatments, profoundly boost self-esteem and emotional well-being by actions as a form of self-care and personal transition. These practices offers therapeutic benefits, reducing stress and increasing confidence. My research methods. Okay, I didn't get to the interviews, but I did do my surveys. But my research methods were survey students about how hair affects their confidence, interview a hairstylist, before and after confidence rating. For my primary research proposal on empowering confidence through hairstyling, I will use both surveys and interviews to collect meaningful data. First, I will create a survey to gather information from participants about their confidence levels, how their hair affects their self-esteem, and how hairstyling influences the way they feel about themselves. Then I will conduct interviews with a small group of individuals to gain deeper insights into their personal experience with hairstyling and confidence. These interviews will allow participants to share detailed stories and perspectives. My ethical standards: asking permission before surveys or interviews, keeping participants anonymous, respecting everyone's opinions and experience, not forcing anyone to participate. My hypothesis: if people learn proper hairstyling and hair care techniques, then their confidence and self-esteem will improve because they will feel more comfortable and positive about their appearance. This was my survey link. My evidence from my primary research. The survey data collected focused on participants' knowledge of their hair and their ability to care for it, and their experience and feelings related to hairstyling. The primary research conducted through surveys provides clear evidence that hairstyling plays a significant role in building confidence. The survey results show that most participants feel more confidence through getting their hair done, while only a smaller number reported no change or decreased confidence. My data analyst, the graph shows that majority of the participants reported feeling more confident after getting their hair styled, while fewer said their confidence stayed the same and very few less felt confidence. This pattern suggests that hairstyling has a strong positive impact on how people feel about themselves. When individuals are satisfied with their appearance, especially their hair, it can boost self-esteem and encourage them to feel more comfortable in social situations. Overall, the data supports the idea that hairstyling is a powerful form of self-expression and self-care that helps empower confidence. My conclusion, this project demonstrates that hairstyling plays an important role in empowering confidence. Through both surveys and interviews, the research shows that many individuals feel more confident, comfortable, and self-assured when their hair is styled in a way that reflects their identity. The finding also highlights how social experience, such as judgments or compliments, can influence self-esteem, making hairstyling not just about appearance, but also about self-expression and personal empowerment. Overall, this project proves that hairstyling can be a powerful tool for boosting confidence and helping individuals feel more positive about themselves in everyday lives. Next step. As a next step, this project could be expanded by creating a hands-on program or workshop focused for teaching hairstyling skills and hair care education to others. This would allow individuals not to only learn how to style their hair, but also build a confidence through practice and self-expression. Additionally, future research could include a large and more diverse group of participants to gain more accurate data and explore how different backgrounds impact confidence and hairstyling experience. Partnering with local stylists or schools could also help provide resources and mentorship opportunities. Personal touch. I chose this project because confidence and self-images are things that have personally impacted me, and I've seen how much hairstyling can affect the way people feel about themselves. Doing hair is something I'm interested in, and I noticed that when my hair looks good, I feel more confident and comfortable. I also see how others are judged based on their hair, which can lower their confidence. This made me want to explore how hairstyling can be used as a way to empower people and help them feel better about themselves. By doing this project, I want to combine something I enjoy with something that can make positive differences in people's lives. This is my research sheet. And then thank you. Shayla. Yeah, after high school, for you to get a cosmetology license, you got to have your high school diploma. So once I graduate, I was going to pay for my cosmetology license and go to cosmetology school. Zoe. Yes, because some people don't want to get up just because of how they look and how this camera make them look. So definitely, yeah.
How y'all doing, everybody? Now, today, I wanted to present my presentation about personality influence. I wanted to just share a little awareness on influence and things of that nature. What we're going to go over is my research. I don't really have it all on there right now, but my research, my ethical standards, my project goals, and, you know, all that good stuff. Now, how... Yes, ma'am. Hello, hello. I don't think it's working for real. Oh, it is? Okay. So, well, stop talking. The first thing we're going to get into is how could it be a problem? Now, influence could be a problem because most people unknowingly make decisions based on the things they see or based on who they talk to or something like that, anything along those lines. In this generation, most people stay on social media and people judge their life based on what other people is doing. And I just wanted to, you know what I'm saying, express to y'all how unhealthy that is. My scientific questions, we have traits such as personality traits like agreeableness and consciousness, which really just mean positive things. And things like that. Now, for social media, we have in what ways do real-world social context interact with personality traits to shape decisions making and behavior? It's just basically saying that, basically what I've been saying on how social media can shape how you think about your own life. In relationships, the people you talk to, and how y'all actually, you know what I'm saying, converse and things of that nature. Everything plays a part. Now, my stakeholders really could be for anybody, but for the four main people I have chose is parents, educators, because, you know, parents and educators look over the younger generation. So it's more so like they influence the younger generation for their upcoming years. Some people might have some role models and things like that. Mental health professionals and counselors. We are, you know, social media influencers, and for the most part, y'all, students. Now, for my scholarly articles, most of this is just talking about how good personalities can change a person's trait. In one of these articles, I can't really tell you which one actually right now, but in one of these articles, they took 40,000 people, and most of those people was more so positive, and it kind of made the room positive if you if you're trying to say if you understand what I'm saying. But I did want to present like a quick video to y'all of the influence that I'm trying to get y'all to be aware of. It's a short video, one minute or so.
The ASH experiment is one of psychology's oldest and most popular pieces of research. A volunteer is told that he's taking part in a visual perception test. What he doesn't know is that the other participants are actors, and he's the only person taking part in the real test, which is actually about group conformity.
Please begin. The experiment you will be taking part in today involves the perception of line length. Your task will be simply to look at the line here on the left and indicate which of the three lines on the right is equal to it in length. So, for example, if you...
The actors have been told to match the wrong lines. The volunteer will be monitored to see if he gives the correct answer or if he goes along with the opinion of the group and gives the wrong answer. In the first test, the correct answer is 2.
1. 1. 1.
2. 1. Once again, the correct answer is 2.
3. 3. 3.
3.
3.
The ASH experiment has been repeated many times, and the results have been supported again.
Only reason I showed that is to break down to y'all that most people make decisions based off what other people are doing. He changed up his answer because of other people said the answer. Even though he felt like number 2 was the right answer, But even though he felt like number 2 was the right answer, he still went with the third option because of it was a majority decision. He ain't want to be wrong. Now, my primary research, I did conduct a survey about social media and music and stuff like that to see how it has an effect on how people feel throughout the day, especially in school, because I know everybody listen to music throughout their day. And, you know, I had almost about 50 people fill out my survey, something like that. Now, these are my ethical standards, the 4 main standards, which is, you know, respect, so meaning that you can volunteer if you want, or you could volunteer if you wanted to, and all the other good stuff. I'm probably just not going to go over that. But my hypothesis, now, what I believe is that individuals who are unaware about the type of influence that they take up will show higher susceptibility. Now, susceptibility just means that you're more vulnerable to influence, but you will show more higher susceptibility to influence, while others with awareness will show more resistance to selective influence. Saying, like, if you're aware of what you're doing and how you're doing it, you're probably not gonna, you know what I'm saying, change up how you feel about something just because of somebody else's, you know, opinions. Now, some of these results, I'm actually not proud of the questions I did ask, but some of the results I did ask, have you been compared your life to social media before, you know, and most of them came back strongly agree, 5 mean strongly agree, 1 mean disagree. But most of them said sometimes they do, which is, you know, I can't really blame them. And have music have a positive change on my personality. For the most part, everybody would probably say yes, because I know that y'all probably listen to music based on how y'all feel in a certain moment, because y'all can resonate with the song. Now, the results and my conclusion I came up with, you know, I found out doing, like I basically said, that most people like to listen to music because it resonates with what they're doing in life at the moment, or maybe where they want to be or how they feel about something, you know what I'm saying? But for my conclusion, I mean, the results show that understanding your own personality is a skill for making better decisions. So if you were to understand yourself as a person, you would never make a decision that you feel like would go outside of yourself, which is, you know, outside of your purpose, if you would like to say. But with increasing your self-awareness, you can always be able to do what you want to do and what not to do, or to know what you want to do and what not to do. Comparing your life to social media or comparing your life to somebody else's can cause you to become stressed. And I just want to say, you know, live your life with your standards, because nobody else has to live your life but you. Now, for my next steps, wrong slide. So, actually, I think this is my, it was supposed to be my message for the upcoming people or the upcoming seniors. I more so just wanted to tell y'all, take y'all time with y'all capstones or whatever, because I did kind of rush and choose an option. You know, I actually like the option I did choose, but I say just take your time with your capstone and choose something you could actually easily talk about. And for my full references, there they are. And then my ending message, that's why, yeah. And thank you, Tayshaun. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. Yes. Yes. Hey, Zoe. I am graduating high school. I am planning. Re-say that. Wait, re-say what you just said one more time, please.
So how does this project or the topic you chose help you after high school, wherever you're going after high school? How does it help you?
Like I said, like it more so, it's like I said, it just spreads awareness on the fact that people get influenced without you knowing. That's why I say more be so self-aware about how you feel about yourself. Know yourself before you go out and try to do anything with anybody else, because influence can come from even your closest friends. Like it don't have to be positive or negative. It could just be an influence on your life to where a point and make a change, you know? So I say more so just, it just spreads enlightenment on the fact that you can be influenced, you know what I'm saying? It happens to the best of us, you know? It is what it is, but there is ways to stop it, such as, you know, knowing yourself. And that's pretty much it. Any questions? I appreciate y'all.
All right, what up, though, y'all? I'm Jamon Bogan. This my Capstone project. Close. Right here. This right here is my agenda. Everything I be talking about in my project. Right here is my problem statement. First is my problem statement. Second, my scientific questions. Third, stakeholders. Fourth, primary research. Fifth, y'all know. And last is it's not last, but six is my results and conclusion. It's more. This is my problem statement. And all our foods we eat, we love to eat so much. Junk food, fast food, fruits, etc. All has chemicals in it. All chemicals in our food is not bad as we think. Our bodies maintain chemicals itself and need to take on natural chemicals to heal. The natural chemicals that our body need is carbohydrates, proteins, fat, vitamin, minerals. These type of chemicals helps fix what's broken in our bodies. The chemicals such as trans fat, artificial flavors, and color sodium, nitrite, and BHA and BHT causes a sickness, cancer, and weight gain, which is very bad for the body. Right here is my scientific questions. My first one says, how does unhealthy food impact our bodies and do us good deed? My second one is, why is nutrition important in our foods that we eat? And my last one is, what does it mean to have nutrition in our food? Or here's my stakeholders. I had three. Made a mistake and deleted the third one. But the first one is fast food restaurants and local stores. They sell us the foods that we eat. And then the second one is the large corporations that makes the food. Right here is my secondary research and my quotes. I had chose two. My first one say, all food naturally contains chemicals like protein, vitamin, and mineral. Right here is the link to the article that I had chose this quote from. The second one says, chemicals play an important role in many of the advice in our current food system. And right here is my primary research proposal. I had constructed and surveyed and an interview. I didn't get to do my interview though. But in my interview, I was asking my fellow peers questions about their food diet, collecting data, learning different food diets, using Google Forms. 8 questions is what I asked. Here's my ethical standards. I started off asking them how they was feeling, get them comfortable enough to open up and talk about what I need them to talk about. For privacy, I made sure that the collect email data was off, and my survey was optional to take. Right here's my hypothesis. I believe that if teenagers change their diet to what's better, chances of stress level will go down, and a low risk of illness will occur, and tiredness will decrease. Right here is my data elements, my answers to my survey. Yeah. Trying to get to the link. Yeah. I know I put the link on there though. This one, I'm gonna just explain this one. I had asked the question, if you had to choose between an apple and a plate of spaghetti, which one would you choose? It was a 50-50. Most people, half chose spaghetti, half chose apple. Right here is my results and conclusions. After making the survey and analyzing it, I realized that unhealthy food can harm our bodies by causing low energy, gain weight, and healthy problems over the time. Nutrition is important because it gives our bodies energy, help, and it helps us grow and stay healthy. Having nutrition in our foods means to contains important substance like vitamin, mineral that our body need to function properly. Right here is my next steps. The next steps I chose to go in is to own my restaurant, to own a restaurant where I only serve dishes that contains nutrition ingredients, fruits and vegetables. I see to expand making as many dishes I can out of it. I will and imitate many dishes, making them healthy wise to achieve this goal. I will be going to college to join the culinary program. I feel that my restaurant will help many with food conditions. That's it. Zo. They actually right here in my right here in my results and conclusion. This whole paragraph is the answers.
Oh my God, this is so exciting. What's up, y'all? My name is Dacariana Williams, and today my senior capstone project is based on the impact of self-care on self-esteem in adolescence. Ms. Banks, these level, oh, no, yeah, that's right. Okay. Here's my agenda. First, I have my introduction. Secondly, my project statement. I have my scientific questions, stakeholders, secondary research, my references, primary research proposals, survey questions, ethical standards, and my hypothesis, and I also have other topics. I chose this topic because self-esteem is something many teenagers struggle with during high school. Self-care has become more talked about, but many students may not fully understand how it can impact their confidence and mental health. I wanted to explore whether practicing self-care can help improve how adolescents feel about themselves. By researching this topic, I hope to better understand the connection between self-care habits and self-esteem in teenagers. Here's my problem statement. Many adolescents struggle with low self-esteem due to academic pressure, social expectation, and the influence of social media. While self-care is often promoted as a way to improve mental health, many teenagers do not understand how practicing self-care can affect how they view themselves. This project will explain the relationship between self-care habits and self-esteem among adolescents. The goal is to determine whether practicing self-care can positively influence teenagers' confidence and overall well-being.
Pardon the interruption. Can I please have the following students to the front desk for early dismissal?
Is these loud? No? Okay. Don't play with me. Okay, here are my scientific questions. I have 3. First, I have, how does practicing self-care affect self-esteem levels in adolescents? Secondly, I have, which types of self-care activities have the greatest impact on improving self-esteem in high school students? Last but not least, is there a relationship between the frequency of self-care practices and higher self-esteem among teenagers? Here are my stakeholders. My primary stakeholders are students because they are directly affected by self-esteem and self-care habits. My secondary stakeholders are school counselors because they help students manage stress, confidence, and mental health. Teachers because they work with students daily and can encourage healthy habits. Parents and guardians because they support teens' emotional well-being at home. And lastly, mental health professionals because they study and help improve adolescents' mental health. Here's my secondary research. Research shows that self-care can improve mental health, reduce stress, and increase self-esteem. From one of my references, it explains that self-care activities like exercise, healthy sleep, and relaxation can help people manage stress and improve emotional well-being. Studies also show that school stress can negatively affect students' mental health and confidence. This research supports my survey about the questions between self-care and self-esteem in students. Why self-care matters. Practicing self-care allows individuals to intentionally take time to care for their mental, emotional, and physical needs. When adolescents regularly engage in healthy habits such as getting enough sleep, exercising, or taking breaks from stress, they are more likely to develop a stronger sense of self-worth and confidence. Them doing this reinforce the idea that their well-being is important, which can positively influence how they view themselves. Research has shown that self-care practices can reduce stress and improve emotional regulation in adolescents. Lower stress levels often allow teenagers to think more clearly and develop healthier attitudes about themselves and their abilities. By managing stress through self-care activities such as relaxation, mindfulness, or physical activity, adolescents may experience improved self-confidence and emotional stability. Self-care activities can help adolescents build a more positive self-image by encouraging them to recognize their needs and treat themselves with compassion. When teenagers practice self-care, they are actively investing in their health and happiness, which can lead to improved confidence and a stronger belief in personal value. Over time, these habits may help reduce negative self-talk and increase overall self-esteem. Self-care encourages adolescents to reflect on their emotions, needs, and personal goals. This process of self-reflection can help teenagers better understand themselves and develop a stronger sense of identity. As they learn to care for their own well-being, they develop greater respect for themselves, which contributes to higher self-esteem and a more positive outlook on life. Because when you when you look good, you feel good. Here are my references. My primary research proposal. To investigate the relationship between self-care and self-esteem in adolescents, I will conduct a survey of high school students. The purpose of this research is to determine whether students who practice self-care more frequently tend to report higher levels of self-esteem. The survey will be distributed. I'm skipping that because I cannot pronounce that word. To students using Google Forms. Participants will answer questions about how often they practice self-care activities such as exercising, journaling, listening to music, spending time with friends, getting enough sleep, or taking breaks from social media. Students will also answer questions that measure how confident they feel about themselves and their overall self-esteem. Survey questions. My research questions is, how does practicing self-care affect self-esteem among high school students? First, I have, how often do you practice self-care activities? Second, I have, which of the following self-care activities do you practice most often? Third, I have, on a scale from 1 through 5, how would you rate your overall self-esteem? And lastly, I have, do you believe practicing self-care improves your mood? Here are my ethical standards. First, I have informed consent. Participants will be informed about the purpose of the survey before taking part. They will know the research is about self-care and self-esteem. Secondly, confidentiality and anonymous. The survey will not collect names or personal information. This keeps the people who take my survey identities private. Third, I have voluntary participation. Students will choose whether or not they want to participate. They can stop the survey at any time they want. Last but not least, avoiding harm. The survey questions will remain respectful and not ask overly personal or harmful questions. This helps ensure participants feel comfortable responding. Here's my hypothesis. If high school students practice self-care activities more frequently, then they will report higher levels of self-esteem compared to students who practice self-care less often. Here is the evidence from my primary research. I conducted a survey using Google Forms to examine how practicing self-care affects self-esteem among high school students. The survey included questions about self-care habits, stress levels, sleep, and self-esteem, and was completed by 27 students. The results showed that most students practice self-care activities at least a few times a month. The most common self-care activities reported were listening to music, skincare, or personal hygiene routines, and spending time with friends or family. When asked to rate their self-esteem on a scale of 1 through 5, majority of students selected 4, indicating a moderate level of self-esteem. In addition, 76% of students stated that practicing self-care improves their mood, while 24% reported feeling more confident or positive about themselves after engaging in self-care activities. A large portion of participants also indicated that they feel stressed or either often or sometimes due to school or personal responsibilities. Sleep patterns also show that most students get around 5 to 6 hours of sleep on a school night, which may contribute to stress levels and emotional well-being. Furthermore, 88% of students agreed that taking time for themselves helped them manage stress better, and 12% believe that schools should encourage self-care practices. One of my first survey questions, this is the evidence. How do you practice self-care activities? Most students reported practice self-care a few months, showing that self-care is somewhat consistent, but not daily for a majority of participants. Secondly, my second question was, which of the following self-care activities do you practice most often? Listening to music was the most common self-care activity, suggesting students prefer simple and accessible ways to relax. On a scale from 1 through 5, how would you rate your overall self-esteem? Most students rated their self-esteem at a level 3, 4, or 5, showing moderate self-esteem overall. And lastly, do you believe practicing self-care improves your mood? The majority of students believe self-care improves their mood, indicating a positive impact. Results and conclusion. The results and conclusion combine both primary from Google Forms and secondary research to answer the scientific question, test the hypothesis, and support the problem statement. The survey showed that most high school students practice self-care a few times per week, have self-esteem, and feel that self-care improves their mood and help reduce stress. Many also report a high stress level and limited sleep on school nights. Secondary research supported these findings by showing that self-care is linked to better mental health, lower stress, and higher self-esteem in adolescents. Overall, the data answers the scientific question by showing a positive relationship between self-care and self-esteem. The hypothesis is supported because students who practice self-care more often tend to report a high stress, better mood, and higher confidence. These findings also support the problem statement by showing that self-care can help improve stress levels and self-esteem in high school students. Here are my next steps. For anybody in the future that wants to do my capstone project, could expand this study by including more students from different schools to see if results stay consistent. They could also track self-care habits over time or focus on specific activities like sleep, exercise, or mindfulness to see which has the biggest impact on self-esteem. These results can help students understand the importance of self-care and encourage healthier daily habits. Teachers in schools could also use this information to promote mental health awareness and stress management strategies. For post-graduation goals, this project mainly points out the importance of maintaining self-care in college and future careers to manage stress, stay balanced, and support overall mental well-being. Here are my 4 references. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Zoe.
I have this now. See, I knew I would forget. We have a lot of 11th graders in the room who are going to be in Capstone next year. How do you recommend they take self-care into their senior year? Like, what should they be doing to make sure that they're staying, happy and healthy?
Well, I feel like taking self-care into your senior year, as me being a senior, just get a lot of sleep, get a lot of rest, really take care of yourself your senior year because this is the last of it. And this capstone stuff is no joke. We did this all year, and this really just takes your time. Yes, Ms. Owens?
Can you go back to your references? Can
My
you
full references?
Yes. Can you summarize some of those things that you learned and pulled out from those sites that you
Summarize my references?
Mm-hmm.
Summarize it how?
Tell me what it's about.
Tell me what my references about? Well, mainly, all my references were really about just mental health. Really just about, how taking care of yourself and, really, it was just based off mental health.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Woj.
Not a question.
Yes.
But you did a great job, Kari.
Thank you, Mr. Wojcicki. I appreciate that.
Okay. Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Bailey Scott, and today I'm going to be talking about the future of education. This is my agenda. We have my problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, secondary research, primary research, hypothesis, data and results, next steps, and my Q&A. This is my problem statement. My problem statement is that President Donald Trump signed a reconciliation bill July 4th, 2025, changing the education system for seniors after class of 2026. Upcoming generations of seniors in Michigan are losing opportunities for financial aid, which can lead to less college acceptances or coming out of more money in order to go to college. These are my scientific questions. How does this new law harm or help upcoming seniors? What factors do you think can help upcoming seniors in Michigan? And what ways does this new law affect people with partial scholarships versus people with full rides? My primary stakeholders are upcoming seniors because they are primarily affected. Donald Trump because he agreed and he was able to approve it, so he made it happen. Parents because they're also affected. They also put money in order for their kids to go to college. And colleges and universities because they can no longer fully help new upcoming seniors that's going to college. My secondary stakeholders are teachers because they might feel bad about upcoming seniors not being able to go to college. Employers, government, taxpayers, and nonprofits because they get the benefits from it. My primary research and ethical standards. For my ethical standards, I'll be conducting an anonymous survey for 11th grade scholars, giving them a safe space to express their opinion confidently. I'll be asking for their consent and approval before I conduct the survey to ensure they want to participate. Also, I will inform them that the survey does no harm and is only their opinion. I'll be asking questions like, are you interested? Asking 11th grade scholars if they plan to go to college or if they're thinking on it. How do you feel? Seeing how 11th grade scholars feel about the missed opportunity for financial aid. And how does this personally affect you? Getting an insight into the minds of the scholars and seeing how they believe this impacts their chance to go to college. My secondary research. For my secondary research, I really pulled together articles that talked about how federal funding is dwindling and how that affects the students. I only have 8 articles. I have to add 2 more, but these are the references for the ones that I have so far. My hypothesis, a reduction in financial aid resources will lead to a decrease in college enrollment and completion rates, especially in those with low income and minority students, aka people who already don't have access to many resources as others. I gotta add my interviews and my data analysis. But I did do my surveys, I just didn't add my data analysis. So based off that, I still did my results and conclusions and my next steps. And my results were majority of the 11th grade felt that the lost opportunity for financial aid will affect their chances of going to college. And my conclusion was both my primary and my secondary research supports my problem statement and proves my hypothesis that reducing financial aid resources play a vital role in college enrollment, especially among those who already don't have access to many resources. For my next steps, I said next year, class of 27 could tell their own story about how it was applying to colleges and what disadvantages they went through and what they did to overcome it in order to expand the project. Or to even further continue the project, they could even do more research on funding for education and use that to question or educate the classes below them. Any questions?
Miss Owens.
Hey Bailey, I know you didn't have your data on your slides, but can you just explain some of the data that you remember that you got from the survey and the interviews?
My first question, I asked them were they interested in going to college, and I gave them a choice because, I feel like they can't really say no yet. They have to be like indecisive. So I gave them two options, whether to say yes or whether they were indecisive. And then based off that, I asked them like, how did they feel about like retaining this information, and then further on, do they think that this will harm or help them? And a lot of people are basically saying yes, they do think it will harm them, and they do feel like they like missing out on something big, and it will help them a lot. Any more questions? Ms. Lumpkin.
So what are your plans after high school, and how does your findings relate to that?
I really did this project because I do like politics. I don't really plan to get into that further in my life, but I do want to go to trade school, and I do want to learn a couple other things. I am going to trade school for cosmetology, but further on, I do want to expand, and if I really do decide to take my love for politics further, then I would use this. Zoe?
I had a question about your scholarly articles. I saw that you had a lot of good information on those slides. Would you go back and kind of talk us through a couple of the articles in a little more detail? Because I saw that you had some good information there. I want to hear some of it from you.
Okay. This is one of my articles. It says the president's budget request proposes to decrease funding for U.S. Department of Education by $12 billion or 15% and includes changes to federal policies and appropriations for K-12 public education that will impact students in every level of education across the country, which basically talks more about how federal funding is dwindling and how that affects schools. And then one of the other ones that I was looking at was too many students fail to graduate, and those who do may take on unmanageable debt. And that also helped prove my point that this harms students. And then this one really makes it real clear. It says, while state and federal funding sources have dwindled, the cost of operating a university has continued to rise. Any more questions?